try and get the lighting right. That's better. Okay, I presume the audio should be good. Let me know if anything's right. Good, Jess. Glad things are working out well for you. You're very welcome for everything. And in the last week, we have added $19 billion to the debt.
And that 761 is now a 765.
Okay, so that's, let's see, those are billions, those are millions. So divided by 300. Million. So everyone gained only $64 last week in debt, personal debt, I think. If I've done my math right. Times 52.
Won't I get my Kindle online?
$3,300 a year. Everyone hear me okay, I presume? Hello? Is there anybody out there? Okay, good. Anyhow, so thank you, OneSearch. Oh, didn't do anything on mining this week. Not a zip. Helped Lauren a bit. Did some food canning. And did a day fishing. Got one nibble, no hookups, no fish. One full day of fishing. So, I feel I'm such a failure. Anyway, I'll get better. So, that's about it on the mining front, per se. Let's see what we got here. Oh, we've got a couple things I just wrote on there for whatever. Although I did find something pretty hilarious. Apparently, the San Bernardino Police Department has taken. Who was it that robbed banks? Was it Dillinger? I think somebody asked him why did he rob banks, and he said because that's where the money was.
Yeah,
I think it was Dillinger. San Bernardino County has taken that to the next level, and instead of just pulling over any old vehicles to confiscate drug profits, they're pulling over armored cars, taking money from marijuana dispensaries to the bank and confiscating the money because it's still not legal federally. So they take the money, give it to the feds forfeit it or whatever, and then they give San Bernardino County 80%. What a freaking racket. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, but anyhow, so yeah, I say that's I found that to be quite amusing. In geologic news, haven't heard anything new on the Iceland volcano, but I know that they had a significant earthquake in Japan today, around 7.5. I've seen reports of 7.6, 7.5. Initially, they were quite concerned about a major tsunami. Last I heard, the biggest actually measured was only about 1 meter. So, anyhow, it's there are some deaths. There's quite a bit of damage, even with some places well prepared as Japan. But it doesn't look catastrophic. It's nothing like the Fukushima, which is actually technically the Tohoku earthquake, you know? Yep, That's right, Jeff. Why pull over ordinary people with their money when you can pull over armored cars with theirs and take it?
If I were the armored car company, I would stop doing business in California.
I would go around San Bernardino County, that's for sure. Oh my goodness. Uh, would somebody like to do me a favor? I posted something on a YouTube channel, and it didn't seem to get any engagement whatsoever, which was quite surprising. It wasn't a real provocative comment. It was something that I would have expected to get something.
At least a couple of thumbs
And
up.
it didn't get anything. So from me, let's see if it's still there. Okay, there's the Viva Fry channel, last vlog of the year. Okay. Stop. And now I'm not seeing it. I think I may be being shadow banned. I'm not sure, because I can't imagine Viva Fry would have deleted that. I just said, this is a test. Can anyone see this? Please say something. And nobody did. Let's see. This is being, oh, there's sort by. Newest first. Scroll back a little bit. 2 hours ago. 3 hours. I know it was not that long ago.
I'm still looking for it right now.
So I think I may be getting shadow banned for me.
It has disappeared. So
It's
has mine.
disappeared. Exactly. And
So has mine. What was that other channel?
The other channel was Alex Cristoforo. You know?
I'm going to see.
And so it was, that's kind of interesting.
The Clown World of the Year or
No.
UK Final Warnings to Yemen? Ukraine Shells Donetsk.
Ukraine Shells Donetsk.
Okay.
Yep. Hi, Tricky. You take care. Very, very careful. That's the important thing. Happy New Year. He's got to take off. I got a job in progress.
Happy New Year.
The channel is Viva Fry. VIVA FREI. And the video was last vlog of the year, that VLAWG of the year. And I posted it, 2 to 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
And Eva had it on hers. She was able to see it. I was able to see it on mine. Now they both seem to have disappeared.
I upvoted it and I commented.
Yep. And I could see that initially. And yet, nothing. So, do you see anything from me there, Jeff, in about 2 to 3 hour time frame? Because as I picked one that was deliberately a couple days old, 1 or 2 days old, so that wouldn't be getting a lot of traffic right now. And so I say I'm just kind of curious as to what the heck YouTube is doing, because I know I didn't post anything that was against their guidelines. I don't even think it's that truly controversial, although some people might not like it. I don't think there was anything really controversial about it, because it was primarily questions. I was
They were legit questions.
I was asking for a comparison between this situation here, which the host, Alex Cristoforo, was viewing in one way, and then a different situation which he seemed to be viewing entirely differently. Maps show Alaska got a lot of mini quakes last night. Huh.
Yeah, there's a lot of quake activity going on.
Wonder what's up. Philippines is pretty normal. I mean, Alaska is not unusual, but a swarm is something unusual. What the heck? Let's open another tab. USGS earthquakes. Latest earthquake. Find the latest. Yep. And of course, there's the Japan one. Not a lot in the Philippines in the last 24 hours. On the other hand, Alaska, boy, they're spread out though. One up by Fairbanks, one about halfway to Anchorage, and one out by the Aleutians. That's probably getting near Dutch Harbor, and then another one out there, kind of spread out, not really clustering. So, hard to tell. As far as I know, Jean-Francois, there's a really big storm in the Pacific that is just hammering the beach. The conditions are good for making giant swells and sending them into Southern California, and so yeah, that's right, Jean-Francois. I just picked Viva Freck as the what's his name, Alex Christoforo is, I think he's Greek, but he's over in Europe.
With the last name like Christophoros, he is indeed Greek.
And he wanders around a lot. He does a lot from Cyprus and some from Eastern Europe and this and that and the other. He'll be different places, different, days, sort of thing. Thank you, Jeff. Let me see if I can. It doesn't give me a thing to get your channel. How about you, Jean-Francois? Pin message, hide user, add as moderator. Neither one. Let's see. Add page to collection, read aloud. No. For whatever reason.
The Gerald Ford is being pulled out of the Red Sea.
Yeah, it's time to rotate home.
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to link to somebody's channel. Jeff, do you have a channel? It's not allowing me to just click, and maybe that will work. No, it says pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, add as moderator. So let me go and see if I can just search for you on YouTube. Jeff Bybee playlist. I don't know if that's gonna. Keith Whitley, that's not bad. Okay. So I'm over your playlist there, Jeff. Let me try leaving a comment. And this is 614. 614. Okay. I just put testing 1, 2, 3 at 614. Cool, Jean-Francois. You do not have a channel? But somebody does. It's not showing me. Okay, somebody got a channel. Just speak up there and I'll send you a comment and we'll see what happens to it. I'm curious as to see whether YouTube is simply censoring everything I say if it's not on my channel or what. Because it kind of, I used to be able to make comments and I would get return comments. I mean, I'd just comment on stuff in general. Look at your page. Okay, Shaggy. Let's try this.
Oh, all y'all are going to have
AKA Shaggy. AKA Shaggy 6938. What are we doing here? Come on, get off of that. AKA space Shaggy with a capital. Let's see. AKA space Shaggy. Is that you with 76 subscribers that says Sonandu Rico? Or is it somebody else? You guys are amazing. There you go. Don't ask me why it can't do that. Okay, I'm going to go. Let's see. Uploads, create a playlist. Here's an uploads, a 2023 recap. Okay, I'm going to 2023 recap, which you posted yesterday. Comments are turned off. Well, I can't comment on that one, Shaggy. Could you stop that, you stupid thing? Hey, Jean-Francois. Okay, Mr. Lodak, I'll use yours. Mr. Lodak. I'm going to the let's see, what's the latest one? I'll go mail call 2 months ago. I'll click on that one. Leave a test 1, 2, 3, comma 6, comma or colon 18. Okay. I left a comment on your mail call. Mr. Lodak. And
I think it's the specific comment that you made.
no, because the last one I don't think I did, but that's what we're trying to do here. First, we're trying to.
Well, at Beaver Fry, you copy pasted that comment. And
I know. Then I uncopy pasted too. Then I put a totally new one in. When that one disappeared, I put in a new one that just says testing. Okay, so you got it at 618. I agree.
What I'm saying is when I went and upvoted and replied yes, yes.
Did you see a bunch of other stuff?
Copy-pasted comment was there.
Okay, we shall see. So let's leave that just as it is, because it's a simple comment. So the only thing that identifies persona non grata is me. And we'll come back in about an hour and see if said comment is still extant.
And then I think you should try posting as an entirely separate comment.
Yep.
Copy paste.
And I will go ahead and, yeah, I think I've still got that in my, what do you call it? Control C. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. It's still there. Hi, Brian. So, as I say, it's I'm just trying to figure out what the heck is going on, whether it's YouTube, whether it's me that they're blocking, whether it's very specific comments they're blocking. And I say this one was pretty innocuous. It was pretty much just a question, you know, much as as a professor would ask a class, what's the difference between the formative conditions of the French and Indian War and the War of 1812? Something like that. Hi, Secret Creek. Happy New Year. It was that sort of thing. You can kind of get an idea where I'm going with it, but it doesn't specifically state anything. So that could be kind of interesting. Hey, Rock Butcher, how's it going?
Hi, Rock. Happy New Year, everybody.
We're doing fine, but Dave Van he's got the COVID apparently, you know.
Or something pretending to be the COVID.
I'm not exactly sure what's going to go on in 2024 Secret Creek, but I expect it to be eventful. Oh, my goodness. See, AI can't hurt me because, electrons stay away from me. So, anyhow,
Price of gold's up there.
what's the price of gold now?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to get rid of the ads in a way.
And there's the numbers from last week. The debt increased by tens of billions of dollars.
2,067 and 20 cents.
Gold is 2,067. Well, that's a good thing.
And silver's at 23.85. Yes. Palladium went down $10. And rhodium is absolutely zero.
Is Kitco Copper still offline? Asked Jeff.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
She's trying to find out.
Is offline here at Kitco, because half the stuff I'm seeing at Kitco is a 404. So I'm looking.
I was watching Bill Whittle, and they were discussing AI, and AI is now learning how to lie and cheat and slack off and stuff. So it's like, yes, Brian, absolutely.
Yeah, everything is still all weird over at Kitco.
Jean-Francois says he spoke to a Kitco rep in Montreal. They just overhauled their website. Well, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, of course it makes sense, sort of.
And Jean-Francois says, so you mean you got hacked? Yeah, that sounds about right. Who's in control of gold, silver, and copper, asks Shaggy.
It depends on who you talk to, but I'd say it's the big banks operating through COMEX.
I'm going to have to take a short break. Things got kind of busy just before we started. So Eva will take over for just a moment.
Actually, hi, everybody. Things didn't really totally get busy. I think he spaced that it was like Monday because he was making quesadillas and bebopping around and watching an episode of Eureka on Amazon. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh my God, it's 5:51. Panic ensued. That's how that goes. We do not deox anything, Brian. All we do with our Eco Gold X, all we do with the leaching solution is pump it straight out of the pregnant pond and through the cartridges. No other mess involved.
What was the question?
Brian Smith asked if you de-oxed your eco leach before running it over resin or carbon. As I said, no other weirdness involved here.
I don't know if you need to deox.
Well, yeah, Jean-Francois, it actually did get hacked. It probably got hacked pretty damn badly, but nobody is admitting to this. No, Jean-Francois, the pH that it hits the pad is the same pH that is in the tank. I don't mess with it at all between the time it comes out of the tank, runs through the pad, goes into the pregnant pond, and goes through the resin. There, no messing.
Yeah,
I adjust all my chemicals. I adjust all my chemicals initially when the tank is just liquid. There's no ore in it.
Yeah, when we fill the agitation tank with liquid ready to start.
I'm getting to that. Then he starts filling it with ore. When the ore is finally all in there, I test it again and I adjust it to the pH I need. And then every day at the beginning of the day when we arrive, I take the temperature, the pH, the Eco Goldex, find out how much Eco Goldex is left in there, and add my chemicals to bring it back up to where I want it, and then leave it alone. It's actually quite easy to deal with.
It clarifies itself going through the pad.
Yeah, going through the pad, it gets clarified all over the place, and in the pregnant pond, it's actually pretty darn clear. And before it goes through the resin cartridges, it goes through a filter cartridge.
We find out how much Eco Goldex is left in the solution by using a titration. I presume you're familiar with that. If not, let me know and I'll show you. We do have the titration burette right here.
Yeah, we have a burette. Burette is a genuine science type thing. We have science stuff. It's here.
Exactly. It self-filters, Brian. We do have a fine particle filtration cartridge ahead of the resin cartridges, not so much because the resin plugs up or anything, but because the containment felt at each end of the resin cartridge will tend to plug up with silt, even if there's a fairly small amount of silt. And then it's a real problem. You'll lose a lot of flow. So we have that cartridge filter first. If we've got the pregnant pond where doesn't have sediment on the bottom or whatever, and we've been running for a while, it does a pretty good job of pumping pretty clean fluid from the pregnant pond. So yeah. Well, for the Eco Goldex, the indicator, I'm not sure if they give you the details in the indicator in terms of what exact chemicals, but they give you packages, little packets of chemicals, and say, okay, take this packet, which is a pre-measured amount of silver nitrate, and put it in, I believe it's 500 milliliters of water. And then the other packet goes into like 100 mils of acetone or denatured alcohol. And that is, I think Chris said, it's a standard dye. It's like a yellow dye, fluorescein.
That turns pink.
Yeah.
As the indicator. Goes from yellow to pink.
And that fluorescein starts out yellow, or kind of a chartreuse. And once you've titrated out the Eco Goldex itself, then it turns to pink. But yeah, John can get you the little packets and the specific instructions for that. It's very simple to mix it up. As I believe that's it. It's the titration solution is like 1 packet per 500 mils of water, and the indicator solution is like 1 packet per 100 mils of acid. I use acetone because it's simple to get. And anyhow, Creek, look up who owns YouTube.
Google.
Google. Yep.
Great googly poo.
But anyhow, so that's how we test the Eco Goldex concentration. So, pH, Eco Goldex, both of those are easy to do. We usually will titrate, not titrate, but centrifuge the solutions Eva's doing because she's taking solution out of the agitation tank to test it too. So as a general rule, she's got that. It's going to need to be uh, centrifuged anyhow. So she just puts anything that she's going to do in an equal array so that it stays balanced. And she also has one extra test tube that has like 10 mils in it, so that if she's got an odd number, she can use that to balance the rotor on the centrifuge. That's okay, Jean Francois. Oh, two is always better than one, Jean Francois. Yeah, you got a spare, absolutely. You have 8. 2 will be fine, I would think. Got to get rid of some.
2 is 1, 1 is none.
If you got a third, I'm sure Lauren or somebody could use one too. If you're just trying to get rid of some, we'll pay for the freight. I'm sure we can, find people who will use them. I don't know about scare us, but it would probably be kind of that's how come. Really, Jean Francois. Well, in a centrifuge, what was your normal failure point? Did you have any particular failure point that used to be like the motor, the drive, the what do you call it? The bearings on the rotor. What was there anything in particular that tended to be the failure point, or did it all just kind of like do like a one horse shay? You never knew what was going to go. Most of the time, simply rust, huh? Corrosion from splashing. Well, that would make sense. A lot of times, the stuff they're putting in those things is some pretty nasty chemicals. So that would make sense. Usually, the bearings are usually still good, even on units 30 years old. Wow. Well, I suppose if you balance them properly, you're not going to get a whole lot of wear. Well, that makes keeping your spare parts shelf fairly compact if you only have one model. Yeah, that would, if that's the major business, yeah. It's amazing sometimes how long those bushing bearings will last. You'd think that it would go fast, but sometimes they just are amazingly durable. Well, I imagine the steel shaft would probably be chromed rather than just plain, either that or stainless. Multi-attachment, yeah, okay, yeah, that would be more of the parts I would think would be the electronics. Yeah, that makes sense. Buy more and you put all the good parts together. Absolutely. Oh, we used to have a company in Yuma where I worked called Jet Sales, and they sold military surplus. And we had Yuma proving grounds out there where they test stuff for the Army and they'd sell it after they were done with it. And, you know, you want a land train? They had a land train for sale. It was a great display. It was very eye catching. Man. Oh. But yeah, they had some wild stuff there. And over in Tucson, they had a um, surplus place. I forget the name of it. They had a lot of interesting stuff too. Oh, anyhow, what else was on here? I got to get that new book from Naomi Wolf. It's kind of interesting sounding. Yeah, life sure looks interesting this year. Place you can go completely nuts and completely broke. Absolutely. I was at a place where the guy bought used machine tools, and it's like, wow, if I had a big giant shop, I could get some. He says the larger size manual controlled machine tools like mills, lathes, and stuff like that were selling basically for scrap iron prices because everyone was going to the CNC. Now, if it was small enough that it was more like for a home shop or something like that, like a lathe with a 6-foot center to center and a 18-inch throw, so those sold at a reasonable price. But if you had like a lathe with 10-foot center to center and a 2-foot throw, oh yeah, literally just scrap iron prices. That was it. Sold by the pound.
Disgraceful.
Yep. Hey, Lars. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Let's see if my comment is still on Mr. Lodak's thing here. Still showing there. Let's go back one. And then go forward again. And see if it's still there. Okay. My comment is still there. It was 18 minutes ago, so we'll see what happens. We're doing a little test, Lars. I've been having some interesting incidents of comments disappearing on other YouTube channels, so we're seeing.
And all of a sudden, people aren't talking to him anymore.
Yeah,
which is weird.
I'm not getting return stuff or whatever. That would be nice, Jean-Francois. Jean-Francois says, may 2024 be the best of all your preceding years and the worst of all the subsequent ones. Otherwise, you're fucked. Pretty much. I say this is going to get interesting. I'm finding kind of interesting in an intellectual way to see how the information stream is being manipulated. Does it show my reply to you? Yes, it shows one reply and it says got it. So that is showing up at the moment. The last one it disappeared sometime within about a 2-hour time frame.
And like I said,
so we'll see if it's still there by the end of the show and stuff.
Like I said, the last one you added that copy pasted comment to before I replied to it.
My goodness, Lars, what did they delete on yours? One of your videos deleted? I don't know what you put up that could have been deleted. Yeah, what was it on? Last comment I see from Keith is 7:55. What, from here? Okay. Well, there we go. 6:39 is what I'm showing. That one I just posted, what do you see on yours? I presume it's like 7:39 or 8:39. Because I presume your computer, my computer tells it 8:39. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So the computers are looking at what our clocks are saying and adjusting accordingly, which makes sense.
That's why whenever I put a comment anywhere, I put my time and then
Oh,
my local.
the Lichtenberg burning machine, they said the arc that I showed was dangerous. It kind of was, wasn't it? And you stated so. Wow, it only took you 3 tries, Lars. You're getting as bad as me. The world is run by lawyers.
You might want to try posting that copy paste.
Okay.
Maybe on.
Hey, Adam, how's it going? Seeing you guys are having some fun out there. Wonderful. It's the time of year for it, And I hope everything's going well with you. We're doing just fine up here.
Who's that?
Adam, I break for
Oh, hi.
Bedrock. Yep.
Yeah, I saw your video. That was some nice looking stuff.
Hey, Adam Anderson. Yep. Oh yeah, that's great. It was fun meeting you guys and having a little bit of stuff with you. Adam says, thank you so much, Eva. Oh, that's good, Adam Anderson. The reason I'm saying Anderson is because I break for Bedrock is also an Adam. If I remember correctly, which I may not. Oh my gosh, I'm terrible now. I was bad with names before. I'm terrible now. But yeah, that was a really fun trip. We had a good time. That was
very cool.
Yep. No, it doesn't matter. Yep, I thought so. I forget what Boulder Dash's real name is, but he doesn't like to use it anyhow, so what the hell. Let's see. Let me go back. Okay, Mr. Lodak. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to reply to you with the thing that I posted that seemed to disappear. And we'll see if that disappears. Okay. I say, I hope that doesn't offend you or whatever, but I'm curious because I really don't see a whole lot of difference there in that, once you attack somebody, kind of, the consequences are on you unless you want to put your hands in the air, so to speak. That would make sense, Jean-Francois. Oh, that's right. Jean-Francois, 2 words, Walmart. He's talking about a sieve. He says, I need to steal a sieve from the kitchen and it will cost me.
Walmart is 1 word.
No.
It is a hyphenated word.
I think that's considered a hyphenated phrase, but I don't know. Anyhow,
Walmart.
It was a joke, little one. I know. But anyhow, so I say, we shall see if that phrase stays there and goes. As I just sometimes I have trouble following people's logic, and maybe I'm missing something. If not, maybe they are. Whatever. Yeah. Jean-Francois, thrift stores are cheaper than divorce lawyers. Yep.
Depends on the thrift store these days.
Ooh, Jean-Francois says Chinese specialty store has amazing ultrafine stainless sieves for filtering tea.
Mm-hmm, they do.
There's probably 80 mesh or so. Yeah, that would work really well.
Asian markets do have those.
Yep.
I wish we had an Asian market here. I don't think we do.
I don't think we have an Asian market here.
Bozeman. Bozeman has things we don't have.
Yeah, Bozeman is, but I mean, they got both Bozeman, Great Falls, Billings, both.
Missoula.
All of Bozeman, Billings, Great Falls, and Missoula all have several times the population that Helena does. So,
well, they also in general have things we don't have.
They will generally have better medical care and other stuff. If you wish, Jean-Francois, we do have plenty of sieves up here.
It never hurts to have lab sieves.
18 years later, you still miss Miss X and her cooking. Would that be your other half, Jeff, or somebody else? Or was that somebody? I
think he says X.
Yeah. I used to like the Galloping Gourmet. He was pretty hilarious in that. Yan Can Cook. Now, that dude was amazing. You know, he could bone a chicken in like 35 seconds. For field use, Jean-Francois, I would get the largest sieve that fits in the pans that you're using, or a regular size gold pan. Okay? Because you can always use a regular pan for some, but that's you want a sieve that fits in. I have one sieve that came with what was it? A Batea pan. That's just that much too big to fit in a bucket. Genius. Abso-frickin-lutely genius. My God.
I believe Rock said that pan was actually a Chinese pan or something.
Yeah. So, as I say, depending on what you're sieving it into, that will determine. If you're going to go with a bucket, get something that fits a bucket. If not, something that fits a pan. The larger the area of the sieve, the more you're going to get through it. So everything else being equal, the bigger sieve is the better sieve. Ex-wife couldn't stand my housekeeping. Well, I'm lucky to not have that problem. We're pretty well set up, but yeah. How did you like the Batea pan? Haven't had a chance to use it enough to check it. For a production pan, I think it would probably work pretty darn well. For the final finish work, like what I do, again, I haven't had enough opportunity to test it because we just started doing that stuff on top of the hill at end of season last year, and we didn't really have much chance to test this, that, and the other. I would not be surprised. The other thing is, it would be very easy to take a Batea pan and put it in a mechanism to make that motion constantly and then just feed it constantly. And I would think that you could turn that into a steady state, continuous flow process fairly easily. Say that the shape and the motion should be pretty easy to duplicate mechanically. And then you'd have something, I mean, depending on how efficient is, do you have a plastic Batea? Yes, it's a plastic Batea, Jeff. But I haven't really, well, it's not linear vibration on the Batea is it moves, if you got the center of the pan here, it goes in a circular motion while the whole thing is underneath the water. And the idea is that the gold goes to the center while the light stuff
like a
goes on the, goes over the outside edge. And if you fed it in the center, especially if it had a little bit of a downspout in there, I would think that you could achieve that. I don't think I think it's fluidized enough that the coarse rock is going to flow up. I will find out when I have more chance to play with it. That's for sure. But I haven't seen anyone using a Batea that uses more classification than a regular gold pen. But I have too little experience, but it seems to have potential. I don't know. I need to check these things, Jean Francois, and it may make a big difference to as to whether it's microfine gold, medium gold, or coarse gold. You know, the coarse gold, for example, might just come to the center no matter what, whereas the microfine might tend to be more evenly distributed. Too little testing at this point, but I definitely want to try that. It'll also be interesting. Um, I need to. I should remember without too much. I need to get the sample from the fines on that sluice test that are currently in that bottle roll bottle. I think it's done enough now. I've agitated it like once a week for a month and a half, 2 months now.
Yeah.
That I need to take a sample of that and take it to the lab for multi-element analysis, and that's going to be an interesting uh, result. We also need to test
multi-element. How much are we doing?
Everything they can over there.
Really?
It's like $80-85.
Yeah, that is if the boss will pay for it.
I've already talked to him. He said okay. So, but we need to check the pH and Eco Goldex concentration too, to make sure it's not lost its ability to continue to dissolve gold. So let's say I'll need to get some. You got everything you need to do an EGX, right? Titration.
Yeah, everything except for the
What, the indicator?
No, the centrifuge, because that stuff is dirty.
Oh, we can let it settle. We can take our time. Right now, it's settling pretty good.
Yeah, because you can say what you want about it, just put more indicator in there. It does not work that well.
I like that hexagonal sieve that Flower Gold Wizards built that one time, Jeff. That looks really efficient, the way those faceted sides should, jostle the material around. When the Eco Goldex gets less potent, does it affect dissolving the rate significantly? Haven't done specific tests to quantify that in any detail. I know that the ranges that we're using seem to be doing pretty good. That would be a very useful thing to try sometime. Right now, the budget is pretty tight. We have never chucked out the old solution because we use a lot. If we're talking about testing like bottle rolls and everything, we always start with new solution. That way we know it's just water, Eco Goldex, lime. That's it. Whatever else is in it is in the rock. We don't have any contamination that way. At the pad, we just recirculate and replenish. We got way too much there to get rid of.
And the last time we did bottle rolls, we dumped the end result after we were done with testing on the pad.
Yeah.
We don't just throw that stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
on my way, we'd never throw anything out.
As Eva says, when we're done with testing stuff, we just throw it on the pad. We haven't had. Can anyone get an authentic Batea pan real wood? I do not know, Jimmy. I'm sure it could be accomplished, but exactly who you would get to do it, Tricky Dicky is not here right now. He just dropped in and dropped out real quick because he had a lot of stuff to do. I'd check with Tricky. Jean-Francois might have some contacts in Africa.
I would love to get a hold of one, a real one.
And I say, so I don't know, Jimmy. I am not familiar with someone that you can get a hold of and say, I want to buy a wood patea and get one. But I would not be surprised if Tricky didn't know some people. What's a calabace, Jean-Francois? Is that the one that's got kind of the smooth bottom, not the pointy bottom? But that's how we handle our solution. Basically, all the test solutions generally go on the pad. Okay. My Eco Goldex stopped working when it got below 30F. Yeah, well, so does mine. Mine freezes. It does appear to be substantially temperature sensitive, and elevated temperatures would be better. If you're dealing with small quantities and testing and stuff like that, it's pretty easy to keep that at room temperature or above.
The best results we ever got in the tank in terms of tank kinetics came when the temperature was between 32 and 35 C.
32 and 35 C. That
so
was
around body temp.
Okay, so in the 90s. Yeah. So I do believe that keeping it at a slightly elevated temperature would be desirable if you can do that fairly easily. There's various methodologies if you're dealing with a fairly small amount of material where you could do that. And just a clear sheet might work well. Take care, Rock. You have a good time. Good night. Happy New Year. But yeah, like our pad, the material is pretty dark. If you were to cover it with a clean, just a clear membrane as the precipitation catcher, you should be able to increase the operating temperature under normal conditions. And that would probably be desirable. It's something that we could probably do and might try next summer. We shall just have to see what we shall see. But solar power makes a lot of sense in many situations. Probably wouldn't help Jason at Mount Baker, as they'll go months without seeing the sun. Up here, though, during the summer, you might get some pretty good temperatures, and those could be highly desirable.
Well, I had already thought of wrapping a dark tarp around the part of the tank that gets the most direct sunlight in the summer, just to see what kind of a temp we could get.
I understand what you're saying, Brian. I haven't tested that or seen any research on that. I would think that if you had a black material underneath, then a clear tarp so that the visible light can go through, hit it, turn to infrared, and come back up and get trapped would be better. But I don't know. Never tried it. Yeah, you would definitely want to keep it from evaporative cooling. One of those cool pool covers designed to provide some warming stuff might work very well. I can give you dimensions on mine, Lars. I don't have it here, but I could certainly do that. I think the only real critical dimension is the slope for a batea pan with the pointy end. Polyethylene is virtually transparent to thermal infrared. Well, that sucks. Who the heck did that? No greenhouse effect, huh? Bum-er. Things just never work out the way they're supposed to. Okay, I'm better now. Okay, interesting, Jean-Francois. I don't vacuum off the rainwater. It kind of drains into a corner and then I pump it off. Freshly poured concrete will provide some of its own heat. Depending upon how thick it is, stuff like when they're pouring a dam, they actually put cooling pipes in it because it's got such a huge mass. It's an exothermic reaction. So that would make sense. You pour your concrete and then use straw for insulation over plastic. That would be cool. Mr. Lux says they use hot water and calcium in our concrete in the winter. I would imagine so. Yeah, it's interesting. Another thing that probably decades ago now, they had a lot of rainfall in the Salt Lake Basin. And so Salt Lake was rising to levels essentially never seen before. And they, it was getting where it was going to start flooding the city. And so they wanted to pump Salt Lake water over a rise and into the next basin so it could fill that up and evaporate there. And they had a pumping plant that they needed to get built. I think they wanted it built in like 90 days, the equivalent of a pump storage type plant, but they didn't care about the storage, just the pumping part. And normal construction techniques would have taken much longer time because you have to wait for weeks for the concrete to cure adequately to form and put new concrete on top. But what they did was, since it was designed for like 2,500 psi, 2,700 psi concrete, that's what all the engineering designs were for. They used 6,000 psi concrete because it cures to 2,700 psi in like 2 days. And so that's what they did. I mean, once it finally cures, it's incredibly over-engineered. But time was the important thing. The money, the little bit of extra money for that faster, for the stronger concrete was not important. What was important was getting it hard enough to put more forms and build on top of it as quick as possible. And that's how they solved that problem. It worked well. They built it in like a little over 3 months, had it running. They had to pump like 1 million gallons a day or millions of gallons a day. Big. Anyhow, yeah, it's funny what kind of games you can play. Oh. Yeah, be that way, little one. So, I say that's one of the little things. Yeah, we should probably try some ideas next year on how to keep things hotter. That could be interesting.
Well, like I said, the other thought I had that we talked about this year was basically paint the outside of the
yeah, you were talking about painting
black, except for about a 2-foot wide strip on the side, so I could see the liquid.
See level. The liquid level. Yeah, that was another thing Eva was talking about.
But
painting the tank
black.
Sort
of mimic that by getting a black tarp and wrapping it around the tank.
I think you'd get better heating if you painted it. But another thing too, you could always leave your clear strip on the shaded side,
Yeah.
so it makes zero difference there.
I mean, the reason I was looking at that is because when you want to build a solar preheater for your roof out of a dead water tank, you paint the water tank black and you put it inside a box with glass and
Yes, I understand. That's not terribly efficient when you're talking a big 1,500-gallon tank. It gets pretty expensive. Now, another thing too, how much temperature rise would you see during a normal, what would be like 6-hour shift out there?
A normal 6-hour shift in the height of summer, we get 1.2 C per hour.
1.2
is the
degrees.
most I have seen. The usual is when it's colder in the year, about 3/4 C, 0.75 C per hour.
Okay, so an
Then-
average of about 1 degree C per hour, because the pumps themselves, we have 3 horsepower submersible pumps. So that's, what, 750-watt heaters? And we'd only run it for like 6 hours and we'd be leaving, so I have to shut down the generators and stuff. But if you were running line power or something like that, where you've got secondary containment and it's safe to leave it, you could get a fair amount of heating just from the pumps in that agitation tank. Yeah, that could work, Jean-Francois. Brian says you can get 20 degrees plus from sunshine with a black tarp easy. Maybe so. That'd be good. That'd be an interesting thing to play some games with.
Well, trying the tarp first would be the easiest because we could put it on for one day for 24 hours or 48 hours and then take it off.
Well, say there's a difference between the agitation tank and the pad and the pond also.
Yeah.
We got 3 different areas that have a lot of solution on them.
I worry about the tank.
Yeah. So it depends on how much we're getting in the tank, how much we're getting in the pad leach, and things like that. I worked at a mine once where we had a water tank on top of the hill and black poly pipe to the trailers down below, at least a couple 100 feet of poly pipe. And what you do is you just turn your hot water heater off. During the day, if you wanted hot water, you'd run the hot water tap until it starts running hot and, do whatever you needed. And then at night, you turn off the hot water unless you need it, because now your hot water heater is full of hot water from the day, the solar heating. And you'd run the cold water till it was cold after the sun went down. And then you'd use the cold water for cold at night and the hot water for cold during the, for hot during the night. And then just kind of rearrange things during the day. Yeah, in our agitation tank, we have plenty of agitation. Yep. Yes, you could run a coil, not necessarily downwind. You can actually take a copper coil and braze it to a steel exhaust too. Absolutely. I mean, you can do that. Yeah, there's all kinds of interesting things you can do with solar and passive systems and stuff like that. Our problem here is the winter weather is so extreme that it takes a lot of energy. And for what we're doing right now, just kind of part-time pilot scale testing, I say when you're only running it 6 hours a day, it has a lot of time to cool overnight. Right now, the temperature is 25 degrees. We have snow sitting on the ground in the parking lot here that landed over a week ago. Just a thin dusting of snow. But in the shade, it's never gotten warm enough to melt, So this is a rather extreme environment, like Jean-Francois has to deal with up there too, and Rock Butcher. You just have weeks and weeks, sometimes months, where it never gets above freezing. So that becomes kind of difficult. You almost have to have a building and such. Jean-Francois says there's 0 snow now in Montreal and all the lawns are green. Very unusual. That's a big El Nino. I don't keep track of the weather stuff there, the El Nino, La Nina oscillation, things like that. I just kind of watch what happens. But yeah, interesting things can happen. Yes, you could definitely use the exhaust heat from a generator. That would not be difficult to rig up. Especially now that we got enough of the pad covered. We could theoretically move the generator onto the pad, but we'd want to put the generator in secondary containment so that in case we have a fuel or oil spill, then we would not contaminate the pad. But it's certainly doable, or you could, either way, you'd want containment for the plumbing, oh yeah, it gets interesting. I suppose you could use a secondary circuit with like a fresh water loop from the generator to the hot water, to the agitation tank and back, and then not worry about the containment too much. QC is Quebec, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know about now, but in the 70s, you guys drove crazy up there. Just freaking crazy. Yeah, I remember. I think it was Ottawa. Yeah, because it was the Parliament building there. You had people drag racing in front of the Parliament building. It's like, what the hell? Yeah, exhaust heat is a very concentrated heat, so you can easily put, let's say, a tube around it and then just pump your water through it. Now, in our case, you'd want to go with a carbon steel tube. You wouldn't go stainless because then you're going to precipitate the freaking gold again, and you wouldn't want copper because they're going to precipitate the gold again. Yeah, those experiments we did last winter were very helpful in terms of that. Yeah, you pretty much just got to go with, carbon steel. I don't know of any. Does anyone know of any plastics that could handle anything like that? Yeah, I'm not aware of any. It gets slightly rusted, but the main thing is you're trying to prevent precipitation of the gold onto the steel. Copper, brass, stainless will all get gold plated in a very short period of time. And that's what you're trying to avoid. If you don't have a temperature issue, go plastic. Plastic is safe. If you're trying to heat something, I'd probably go with the carbon steel. Hey, whatever works. Gold-plated muffler. Yeah, but it's going to be inside. It's not going to work out too well. It's just not going to be that awesomeness. On the other hand, if you had a large diameter copper tube, heavily coiled, and didn't mind replacing it on a constant basis, on a regular basis, you could have a filter before and after that copper tube, And so you're not only heating the Eco Goldex, but you're also precipitating your gold at the same time. So you can have your extraction and heating all in one device, and that's efficient and that's amazing. You guys are free to copy that, but you can't patent it unless I get a cut. Okay. But that could actually work. You'd want a thick wall tube so you don't have to replace it a minimum amount of times. But both stainless and copper did a pretty good job of precipitating. Interesting, Jean-Francois. What would strip it from the gilded porcelain? What was the chemistry that was dissolving the gold? I can understand how it could play out once it was dissolved. But did anyone identify exactly what the mechanism of solution was? Because that's kind of odd. Why would gilded porcelain, why would the gold dissolve? Trisodium phosphate, huh? The TSP was actually a solvent for the gold? Again, any idea exactly what the mechanism was? Lye plus an oxidizer. Okay, let's see if I can see them. Yeah, I've got it right now. Well, that's interesting. It says 18 minutes ago. So let me reload this. That's probably what's happening. It says 58 minutes ago now. Both of them are still there. Thank you for your help, Mr. Lodak. H2O2. Huh. Interesting. Wonder if that's a useful mechanism. The OxyClean thing, maybe, huh? Is there any chlorine involved anywhere there? H2O, that's the oxidizer. What's your actual lixivation? Sodium or calcium? Because usually it would be the anion. Usually the chlorine is what you get. Interesting. So many problems, so little time. It'd be fun to have, if we had a good mine that was just rocking and rolling, so we had plenty of money and a nice lab. So you think it was essentially, as far as I know, the Eco Goldex will work on the sulfide ores with the same caveats as cyanide or anything else. It has to get to the gold. So you have to decide, well, you have to ascertain, not decide. You have to test to see, is your gold basically on the outside of your sulfide particles? Is it finally disseminated inside your sulfide particles? or is it separate from your sulfide particles? I would think you're probably going to have significantly more reagent consumption with sulfide ores. If nothing else, just your keeping your pH up is going to take more. But as far as I know, it can do pretty much what cyanide could do with sulfide ores. And that is, there's certain limiting factors there that have to do with just getting it to the gold itself. Um, Determining exactly how the gold exists inside the rock is an important thing that quite a few people uh, really skip on. Sometimes you can get away with that because you just try something and it works really well. And other times you try something, it doesn't work well, and then you pretty much got to do your research. That's what happened to us. We were trying the gravity separation with a high efficiency gravity technique, and it wasn't very high efficiency on this stuff. So then we had to do some more research. And that's when we found out what our problem was. Super duper fine gold, pretty well distributed through the rock, but mainly it was just the size. And I say, so if you can crush your sulfides now, and depending upon if the gold is tightly associated with the sulfides, you can quite often make a concentrate of the sulfides and sell it to a refiner at a reasonable fee. I mean, they may charge you. Years ago, I was looking at one, they were going to charge us $850 a ton. For at that time, it was running 5 to 8 ounces per ton, and we were looking at like $1,000 gold. So we were looking in the neighborhood of a 10 to 20%, refining cost. So that's not too bad. So you'd want to check and see, do you really want to take it from the sulfide concentrate to gold, or do you just want to give that problem to somebody else? Because if they're set up for it and everything, they might be able to do it quite reasonably and save you a whole bunch of headaches, a whole bunch of capital investment, a whole bunch of permitting issues, et cetera, et cetera. You asked if the rocks rotted after deposition or before erosion removed from the bedrock. I don't know. I didn't watch that one. I saw the notification. I've just been so busy worried about everything else and trying to keep up on stuff. I'm just not tightly focused on geology and mining right now. Once I can get back out in the field, it's fun. But we got to get Lauren all caught up. And once he's all caught up and stuff, I got a few experiments I could maybe run at his place. But with the season not really starting until May, we got a lot of time to do other stuff first and get those out of the way. And that's kind of what I'm focusing on. Yeah, you can certainly do that, Brian. I'm sure there are ways you can. I know, for example, that Cyprus was looking at pressure oxidation and stuff like that, but none of them turned out to be very financially efficient. They were simply not cost effective. I mean, you got a 70-foot long, 10-foot diameter titanium pressure vessel. Gets a little pricey. Plus, again, you now got this big energy cost to keep it hot and pressurized and stuff. Yeah, Brian, that might work pretty well. But I mean, these are the sort of things. It's not just a matter of can it be done, but is there any advantage to doing it that way? And that's, you know, a different question. And that's, the old thing, a solution in search of a problem. Well, we could do it this way. Well, yeah, you could. Can you do it that way cheaper? Is the question. Is it cheaper, safer, more easy to permit, higher throughputs, whatever? But what is better about that method than the current one? And that's where you got to look at it kind of clear-eyed. And at other times, you just go, well, I think I could do that, and you try it. And if you turn out that you got something that works, well, then you can maybe make some serious money. If you come up with a new method of extracting stuff from rock, well, if it's an improvement, it's worth a lot of money. The big mining concerns deal with all the sulfur they roast. By nowadays, they use enriched oxygen flash furnaces. Last I checked, they're running about 40% oxygen. This causes the sulfides to combust very easily, and the flue gas generated from that is extremely rich in sulfur dioxide, which is exactly what they need to do a catalytic conversion into sulfuric acid. So by doing this, they prevent pollution of the air, and the smelters used to be huge polluters. And they also generate large quantities of sulfuric acid very cheaply indeed. So that's the current methodology of dealing with sulfides. They do roast them, but in an enriched oxygen environment, and then they convert the flue gas to sulfuric acid so that it doesn't go into the atmosphere. Works out real well, especially if it's in southern Arizona. You need large quantities of sulfuric acid to leach oxide copper ores. You know, I agree with your concept there, Brian. And that would also be an interesting thing to test next year. We could easily set up a thing where we're testing temperatures using different coverings for the pad, so to speak. We take like little 10-foot squares of whatever and try different things. Not sure whether they've improved that or not, Jean-Francois, but they say, I know that they are recovering it somehow in a scrubbing methodology, and that is creating sulfuric acid as a byproduct while keeping the pollution to a minimum. Yes, Mindfinder, that would certainly work. And that's exactly what I mean about, is it cost effective? You know, in some cases, it's one of those deals where just because you have to crush it finer to do something else to it, just the additional crushing costs may just totally blow the economics out of the water. Interesting. Jeff Bybee read that 1 pound of one peanut butter sandwich can contaminate 1 tank car of sulfuric acid, reports an inspector who was eating on the job. Wouldn't surprise me a bit, because it depends on what you're going to use the sulfuric acid for. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. A tank car is 100 tons, basically. So let's say you got say 50 grams of what do you call it? Peanut butter, which is an oil. But let's say if you're looking at 100 tons, you're talking 1,000,000 kilograms, right? That's 1,000, that's 100. 100 times 1,000. 100,000 kilograms. And you're contaminating with maybe 10 of that. So you'd be getting like 1 part per million, you know? So, yeah. If you're looking at a high purity requirement, yeah, that's going to cost you. In many cases, I would imagine it really wouldn't matter. You know, for example, if you're leaching copper ore, you know, oxide copper ores, probably not a problem. Okay. But if you're sending it off for something that requires, you know, analytical grade, yeah, you got a problem. How much quantity are you looking at, Brian? I found that for my purposes, I could get more sulfuric acid for the dollar if I bought battery acid from the parts store than if I got tech grade concentrated sulfuric from the chemical supplier.
Okay.
4 to 5 gallons. If you don't need a high concentration, if you can go with, I think it's 30% roughly, go down to AutoZone or something like that. Just call around. The cheapest ours was CarQuest, and it was like 5 gallons for, might have been 35 pounds or whatever. But I mean, it was a big container of sulfuric acid for $35, something like that. Not bad. It's a lot cheaper than if you buy it at the chemical place.
And it's going to go up again in about a month.
If you don't need the high concentration, that'll work. Have you ever drilled boreholes before? I've drilled long holes and blast holes. Okay.
You guys keep discussing mining.
Walmart online has the best prices for nitric. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of Walmart having nitric acid.
Yeah, Walmart carries a lot of third-party resellers now, the way Amazon does. Not necessarily a great thing.
Huh. Well, we'll have to start looking at that stuff then. Walmart, huh? Well, the thing is, shipping and stuff might be a lot easier. I don't know. You know, if they can put it on their trucks and not get too freaked out about it, that might work out pretty good.
I don't think they do it that way, dude.
I don't know.
You buy things through the Walmart third-party site, and sometimes they do not ship through Walmart.
Well, let's see. Let's try that real quick. Walmart. Walmart.com. It's an interesting question. Nitric acid. Nitric acid for gold refining, nitric acid 70%. Okay, I'm going to go 67%, which is typically like a tech grade. Half a liter, $26. 1 liter, $29. Those are reagent grades. 115 mil industrial grade, $88.
Yeah, that's viciously expensive.
10 bottles, 1 ounce each, $32.99.
1 liter.
Oops, there's a gallon jug. Lab technical grade, 2.5 liter. So that's a little better than half a gallon, $90.
Yeah, that's still more expensive than elsewhere.
It would be cheaper to buy 3 of the 1 liters Free shipping, it says. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you very much.
You can find all kinds of wacko stuff at Walmart.
That's some crazy shit.
Yeah. You can find all kinds of wacko stuff.
Hydrochloric acid, 37% reagent grade, $70 for 1 gallon, or just go buy some muriatic for $4 a gallon. Fascinating. Wow. That's very interesting. Thank you very much. I didn't realize they were selling chemicals now. That's hilarious. Let's see if my comment is still up. Still up. Okay. Was it creamy or extra chunky, PBJ? Hey, John. Yeah, we were just noticing somebody mentioned that you can buy nitric acid on Walmart.com. What the hell?
Yeah. Dude, Walmart is now Amazon. You can find anything there.
Huh. Jean-Francois said he ordered a bunch of stuff from Legend. It got stuck at the Winder Custom Warehouse, and they want me to drop the clearance documents in person. Ah. The People's Republic of Kanakistan, huh?
Really now?
That sounds about right.
That is ridiculous.
Oh, well, I think we're still a little bit ahead of Kanakistan, but I'm not sure that our government's any better, but I think the people are a little better armed, so that gives us a something there. Jean-Francois said, I hate UPS. So it must be coming UPS, and there's a thing right there. UPS will not accept that I send the documents via them to their own warehouse.
Yep.
Wow.
That's about par for the course.
Hey, Forrest, how's it going?
Hi, Forrest.
Holy Toledo. Whenever you want to take over, little one.
Oh, you were in the middle of this.
I know. We done discussified it. That's what I was saying. So whenever you want to take over.
Okay. Well, the number's already gone up again.
Yeah. What's new?
Here, hold that cap, please. 952. We already know the arrows are.
Okay, so it's gone about $200 million since we started the show.
Yep.
Wow.
Just letting you know. Hi, everybody. Well, huge news. I have learned my lesson regarding Costco. Previously, I had stopped even looking at the meat cases at Costco because Costco over the years has changed, okay? Long ago and far away, Costco used to be a place where ordinary working class people could buy things in bulk and get a good price on a higher quality item than they used to get, which is fine, great, and wonderful. Costco has gotten kind of gentrified over the years, getting a whole lot of that organic, free trade, free range, grown on unicorn farts type stuff. And all the organic meats and all that, which is great, okay? If you are in that budget range and you have that income bracket, being able to get your expensive organic, non-GMO, free trade, fair trade meat, etc., at a good price is great. But the good price for those products is an out of the goddess's budget price, okay? So I had not been looking at the meats. I've been buying a rotisserie chicken once a month when the Social Security comes in, even though it's $1.66 a pound. Ouch. Because, well, I decided to just peruse the meat cases at Costco the other day, back on Thursday. Just, so I could say, yeah, they're still out of my price range. Well, there was this one case where they had boneless pork loins, vacuum wrapped, for $1.99 a pound. And I was like, wow, that's the same price I pay at Winco. I pay $1.89 a pound, but only 10 cents more. And then I looked at the sign, and glory be, the sign said $8 off per package, no limit, no rain check. So the goddess, being a smart person, took a quick look at the tags and realized that the preponderance of the tags that were still left there were in the $16 to $20 range, because people had gotten smart and were grabbing the smallest package, because when you have a set price off per package, not per pound, you get the lowest price per pound that way. But I still managed to get 17 pounds and a fraction of boneless pork loin for $10 and change. $10 and change. Naturally, I told everybody I ran into in the store and caused a general stampede to go clean that out before it ended up being thrown out. Because the insane people in Helena, Montana, not the sane folks, the insane folks, managed to get a law passed at some point that makes dumpster diving illegal, which is technically unconstitutional, but oh well, So, but yeah, it was absolutely, 17 pounds of pork for $10 and change. Thank you. I don't even like pork, but I love cheap meat. Okay? That's my thing. Cheap meat is my thing here. The point is, it behooves all of us in these uncertain times to A, keep an eye on your prices, because more and more supermarkets are messing with unit pricing now. So the nice big economy box that claims to be on sale is a higher unit price than the smaller packages. There's a lot more of that going around. There's also a whole lot more shrinkflation going around. Tuna cans are shrinking again, folks. They used to be 6 ounces, then they went to 5. Now they're 112 grams. So, yeah. And some people have found 99 gram in the same size can. Go figure. Got to watch these people, But it behooves us all to keep a close eye on our prices and to check those stores and those parts of stores that you normally forget about or don't go to in a particular store because they historically don't have good shit. 3 times in the past 6 months or so, we have been either in Super One, the bougie store that we seldom shop in, or in this case at Costco. I checked a part of the store that I do not normally go into, and I found an amazing deal. Once I found $2.50 a pound bacon, no limit, a really good brand. Then I found this pork, and then I found those 50 cent a pound turkeys. This is how you save money on your groceries at a time when, as we all know, inflation is a thing. Regardless of what the federal government may say, inflation is indeed a thing. Thankfully, there has been absolutely no news this week. Nothing anywhere is going on. Well, there was an incident in Toronto that you might want to look up involving an e-bike on a subway train, and the battery kind of like spontaneously combusted on a subway underground. This is really, really not a good thing, okay? The Toronto Sun had a very nice article on it, I will say. Sometimes their news gets a little bit bizarre. But At least they reported on it. Other than that, well, then there was that news about that yo-yo over in California. Gavin Newsom, who at a time when his state has the largest deficit that it's had in like several decades, is now making free health care available to all illegal aliens. But, that's not news. Otherwise, we would have heard about it somewhere. And we also would have heard about the illegal aliens that Mayor Eric Adams in New York City wanted to restrict when the buses can come in with the illegals because otherwise there are problems. Well, the bus companies are getting around that by dumping all the buses and discharging their passengers in Secaucus, New Jersey. So they're taking the train into New York City. I'm sure the train company likes the fares increasing. They've had a few problems with fare values and profits falling over the years. They should welcome the extra customers, I'm sure. Colorado has been having problems of the same type. Bizarre. No idea why it's happening. None of us know why it's happening, of course. But in mining news, and there has been plenty, nickel is this year's biggest metal loser. And copper has managed some small gains. In a mostly lackluster year for metals trading, nickel emerged as the worst performer and might not see a reprieve anytime soon. The metal used in stainless steel and electric vehicle batteries posted an annual drop of 45% on the London Metals Exchange. London Metals Exchange. Refresh the goddess's memory. Wasn't the London Metals Exchange that had a huge scandal a while back where they halted trading and then they on a metal and then they canceled a bunch of contracts and kind of arranged a do-over? The goddess has to wonder why they're still in business. That's not the kind of thing you can do when you have contracts with people. Just saying.
Oh man, poker face, you're such a tease.
The biggest decline since 2008. That's by far the worst outcome among industrial metals, in contrast with a 2.2% gain for copper, or with iron ore's advance of about 20% in Singapore. Metals have been pressured this year by global economic headwinds and uncertainty over China's growth outlook. The LME's all-in gauge of 6 metals is down 5.6% for the year, a second annual decline. In most cases, concerns over tightening supply or even shortages have proven unfounded or perhaps premature. But those worries were particularly true for nickel, a market that's been flooded with a wave of new material from top producer Indonesia. Demand growth has also faded. Nickel supply continues to grow, but consumption is showing no sign of improvement, Hutai Futures analyst wrote in a note posted on its website. Investors continue to bet against nickel. Net short positions on the metal among the top 20 brokers on the Shanghai Futures Exchange are currently the biggest in at least 6 months. There's a whole lot of shorts on gold and silver too over at COMEX. Of course, there always is at COMEX. We know what they're like. Copper's annual gain comes after a fourth quarter rebound, helped by optimism that the Federal Reserve will start cutting interest rates next year. Joy, joy, joy. Prices hit $10,000 a metric ton within 12 months. That's the forecast according to the Goldman Sachs Group. Wow. On the final trading day of 2023, copper dropped 0.8% to settle at $8,559 a ton, and nickel fell 0.8% to close at $16,603 a ton. So there you have that situation. One of them things. It should be noted that
that's why I called you earlier with that, and
the financial markets have completely and totally lost touch with reality. There's nothing new about this. So we shall see what actually happens in that regard. It could be quite interesting. Gold soars while no one's looking. Gold just set a new record high, and this is written by Brian London on December 30th. Although you'd be forgiven for not noticing in the absence of any hoopla or even commentary. There's a whole lot of things that no hoopla or commentary are being attached to at this point. Okay, let's face it. The stealth bull run accomplished without the help of Western investors and just as the Fed is about to pivot will make for a very happy new year for gold bugs. It seems the entire world is taking the last few days off, and so did I. But with gold just setting a new record and flirting with a key breakout level, I forced myself to come in to offer you a few notes. An interesting year and month. Gold ended up about 14% higher for the year, but it's been anything but simple or easy. Despite what's been arguably the harshest tightening cycle in central banking history, gold not only held its ground, but managed to advance. And true to the form established over the last 12 months, it's been an interesting close to 2023. Looking at the past month or so on the chart, we see a remarkable spike to 2,150 on that infamous Sunday evening earlier this month, and the slam that quickly followed on Monday morning. On the Silver Sub on Reddit, we call it the Monday Morning Champ. It happens at 10 a.m. Eastern, in case you keep track. 10 a.m. Eastern, plus or minus 5 minutes, is when it's going to happen. The result of that shove was a decline back below 2,000 and the typical calls for one last dive before we soar, coming from various corners of the gold bug universe. They're just like us silver bugs, only we say, hold, we're going to the moon. This is it. They cannot possibly tamp us down again. We're going to break out and go to the moon here. It was not to be so. As gold began steadily rising, even as traders and speculators began to divert their attention to holiday parties and year-end positioning. The stealth rally took us to an all-time record spot of close to 2,089 this week, amid virtually zero fanfare or even mention in the gold forums, much less in mainstream financial media. Mainstream financial media is delusional anyway. Psst. This rally, like those of the past few months, has been driven not by Western investors, but by central banks and Eastern buyers. We know this because the holdings in the primary tool of Western gold speculators, GLD Gold ETF, has been largely unresponsive to gold's fall rally and completely unresponsive to the most recent run higher. As I've been saying in recent weeks, this means there's tremendous buying power remaining in this bull market, especially when you consider Western investors are typically trend following. In addition, the central banks can print all the money they want to buy gold, and their appetite seems unlikely to wane anytime soon. From a technical standpoint, it's very simple, 2100 or bust. If gold doesn't get past that level to establish a clear break from previous rallies, this one will quickly be chalked up as just another failure. A quadruple peak, if you will. The good news is, from a fundamental standpoint, the odds favor gold breaking through 2100 very soon. The goddess is making a skeptical face here. As I predicted a few months ago, the markets are now pricing in the inevitable Fed pivot. No, the Fed doesn't have much of a choice. They already know they're screwed. And considering the stellar performance while Powell and company were eagerly hiking rates, gold stands to be among the biggest beneficiaries when they finally begin the cutting cycle. If you've been listening to my advice for the past year, you're well positioned for this move. We have a very happy new year ahead, and we're certainly ready for it. Gold, silver are very highly undervalued. Platinum and rhodium and palladium are also very highly undervalued. Actually, most of the metals right now are very highly undervalued. And somebody asked earlier, well, who's manipulating these prices? Well, let's see here. You see, there's this group of people called COMEX, okay? They store physical bars of metal in various vaults hither and yon and
So they
thither,
say.
and a few other places, okay? The COMEX establishes prices like the London Metals Exchange establishes prices over there, like Shanghai establishes prices in Asia. It should be noted that all of these metals exchanges, and I know you're going to be shocked as hell to hear this, all of these metal exchanges are run by repeat, known, acknowledged, career, organized criminals. Yes, indeedy. The COMEX, recently welcomed back to the governing board and the running of things, no less than our dear friends at JP Morgan Chase. And it should be noted that this is after JP Morgan Chase once again got whacked with a multiple $100 million fine, and several coincidentally former employees ended up with jail time for, oh, surprise, surprise, manipulating precious metals prices.
Just a second. All the silos are 100 miles north of us, and the wind is usually west to east, Boca Face. And we've got a radiation meter.
Yep. Good night, Secret Creek. And COMEX has another very, very big bank that is on the board that has a whole lot of people involved in precious metals. That would be one Bank of America, B of A. And it should be noted that in the past decade or so, B of A has been hauled into court 4 or 5 times and paid multiple hundreds of millions of dollars in fines, and lost several, coincidentally, former employees to jail for, well, that's bizarre. It turns out for manipulating the price and value of precious metals.
Didn't some of them jump off of buildings or something too?
Oh, no, that was Lehman Brothers.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, it was people that used to work for JP Morgan Chase, Lehman Brothers, and Deutsche Bank, but those are international financiers. They're not the people that run the COMEX. And that all started right after the great LIBOR scandal and the last London Metals Exchange scandal some years ago, while I believe it was Obama was in office. And the bankers were found manipulating the LIBOR rates and manipulating the precious metals prices. Well, at least the news started to come out that they were being investigated by the Obama administration for possibly manipulating precious metals prices in the United States. And then all of a sudden, the investigation stopped and completely went poof. And we now have a total of 77 bankers that have coincidentally committed suicide over a period of about 15 years. And none of those suicides were normal either, okay? But those are the international financiers manipulating precious metals prices and interest rates for the BIS, the big world thing going on there, okay? So back to our COMEX.
No, I have not, Poker Face.
Wells Fargo is another big player in the COMEX. And coincidentally, Wells Fargo has paid several $100 million in fines and had some coincidentally former employees land in jail once again for manipulating precious metals prices. Now, mind you, all of these banks have also paid multiple fines for fraudulently charging their customers various fees that never should have been charged. Bank of America really got in trouble for taking out all the debits before they put in the credits so that they could whap you with 6 or 8 or 10 overdraft charges and wipe out your entire deposit, even when the deposit had been cashed. Those are just little ordinary, common, everyday
Wasn't that
crimes.
when they would also automatically redo the thing
Yes.
within seconds?
Yes.
If it didn't go through the first time, just so they get another fee?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
They used to redo everything in triplicate. 35 times 35 times 35, that kind of thing. 35 times 3 on every charge that was overdrawn by 1 penny. That's the way they were. But there's a couple of interesting things to note here on this side of the pond. Then we'll get to LME and then we'll get to Shanghai. On this side of the pond, it is very interesting to note that the same little group of core bankers, regardless of which bank they happen to be working for at the moment, these guys play musical chairs in terms of where they're working, have been running the COMEX for forever and a day. All of the banks involved in this have paid multiple hundreds of millions of dollars in fines on multiple occasions and have been found guilty in multiple courts in several jurisdictions on many occasions over decades for manipulating interest rates, manipulating accounts, fraudulent charges to consumers, and in the case of COMEX, manipulating the prices of precious metals. And every single time it happens, the dudes that get hauled into court and have to testify and end up in jail are always recently ex-employees. Funny how that happens. Contrast that with the multi-level marketing industry. Another group of very organized financial criminals, okay? Running legal pyramid schemes, ostensibly selling products, when you know, I know, and everybody else knows that multi level marketing is indeed a pyramid scheme, okay? When those dudes get hauled into court, the company gets whacked with a multi $100 million fine, and usually the CEOs are forced to surrender their entire interest in a company, and on multiple occasions they have been banned from ever working in this particular industry sector again. And in several cases, the feds have actually decided to dissolve the company. Now, mind you, it just pops up again 3 months later with a new name on it. But at least they make some public display of doing something here. This doesn't happen with banks. So back to that whole business that happened during the Obama era that sparked off a whole bunch of banker suicides. In that particular case, we had a scandal break on the LIBOR, which is a London Bank of London thingy, the interest rates like our American prime interest rates. And the word got out that, oh boy, they had been manipulating the interest rates. This made a whole lot of people very, very angry. The banks involved in this were Deutsche Bank, who, by the way, just got asked to join COMEX again, and also LME, and Lehman Brothers here in the U.S., and J.P. Morgan Chase, and Bank of America. The usual suspects, in other words. And it turned out that not only were the LIBOR numbers being manipulated over there across the pond, but oh my lord, so were the precious metal prices at the LME. And then Obama over here went after Lehman Brothers and Morgan Stanley and Chase, JP, the whole conglomerate, and made all kinds of fulminating noises and said it was the hugest banking scandal ever. And then the whole damn thing disappeared real freaking quick. And it was business as usual again on both the LME and the COMEX. Now, the LME these days spends more of their time sitting on copper prices and tin prices and nickel prices because they tried to get big in gold and silver, and it didn't work for them. In part because over there, the Bank of England actually cares more about keeping an eye on such crap than our Federal Reserve or any banks over here in America do. But they never really got as big in gold and silver. The big gold and silver market has always been COMEX here and Shanghai in Asia. Now, Shanghai has a lot of dealings with HSBC, which, if you pay any attention to them, HSBC is the criminal organization to end all criminal organizations. So if you happen to be an international drug cartel or an international gun runner or international human traffickers, your bank of choice is going to be HSBC. Top notch. Only the best criminals will bank there. And yeah, they happen to have their fingers in a lot of metal piles for a whole lot of different reasons. As to why, well, you have to look at it. On one side, you've got people that want price discovery in metals. Your miners want price discovery in metals because it's really hard to make a living mining, even if you're one of the big guys. Okay. Your miners want price discovery in metals. Your investors want price discovery in metals. Actual investors. Stackers like me want price discovery in metals because once price discovery in metals happens, governments can no longer continue to miseducate people that fiat is money and metals are not, when it's actually the other way around. Okay. The people who do not want price discovery in metals at this time are the folks running the great green bullshit agenda, because the great green bullshit agenda is already expensive enough. It becomes completely unworkable if those industrial metal prices, and silver is an industrial metal in this case, go up. They can't afford that. They already can't afford it. Okay? The great green bullshit agenda is not going to happen the way they like it.
Wouldn't that make it the great brown agenda?
Well, it depends on where the bullshit comes from. There's plenty of bullshit that's green.
Fresh hay, maybe. Okay, I'll go with that.
Okay? They don't want it because their plan's already unworkable. It becomes exponentially more unworkable if it happens. The central banks and governments do not want price discovery right now because they're still trying to consolidate the physical stuff. And somewhere they have bean counters scratching their heads and trying to figure out exactly how they're going to make all the paper, gold and silver and copper and nickel and everything else that they allowed to proliferate go poof before they have price discovery. Because as it stands now, even the industrial metals have been rehypothecated. The word where they pretend shit has existed that does not exist. Okay?
Otherwise known as lying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise known as lying, but with money.
I was confused.
Otherwise known as lying, but with currency. Okay? Even the industrial metals have been over leveraged. All of the paper metal out there is essentially fake. There isn't enough real metal to back it 100%. So until they figure out a way to make that paper go poof without crashing the entire world economy, they can't afford price discovery. Because if they got price discovery right now, people are going to look at it and say, whoa, gold is suddenly 3,000 an ounce. I'm going to cash in my paper gold and get my physical in my hands. And then they find out their physical doesn't fucking exist. That does not go well. That does not go well at all. Really. So we have several distinct factions here that want different things for different reasons. And those things happen to be diametrically opposed no matter how you look at it. At some point, everything is going to be just fine until it isn't. At some point, something is going to happen, and we will wake up some Monday, and the way people woke up a while back in Turkey on a Monday morning, and we're told, by the way, your money is now worth 10% what it was last night when you went to bed.
10% less or 10% of?
10% of.
Wow, that's a lot.
The way people in Argentina, right after Milei got elected and he started his campaign that he flat out said was going to hurt Mr. Afuera. The way they woke up on one Monday morning and found out that, yeah, their money, the value of their currency, had been cut more than in half. That's the way these countries do it. Historically, if you look, and it's funny, but it's true. Historically, if you look at the bank buy-ins and the currency revaluations and stuff like that, the majority of them happen on Mondays. Just like our 10 o'clock Monday morning camp at the Comex, which is why the goddess usually shops at the LCS on Mondays, because historically your lowest prevailing prices are going to be on a Monday. That's just the way life works. Yep. I am wearing dolphins on my shirt. Yes, I have dolphins. They're discussing something around here. Yeah, well, Biden is pretty senile. I will say that. Lord Malarkey is very, very bizarre, okay? He's getting more bizarre by the day.
No, poker face, I have not seen the new Obama movie.
We do not watch things on Netflix. Netflix is not in the goddess's worldview. Period. End of story. Well, Forrest, we cannot have a return to a real money standard until we have that entire global collapse thing, because that's the way this usually works. The way this usually works is the collapse thing happens, and then out of the ashes, people come out, and the metals begin to come out, and the new government, because the old government rarely survives this kind of collapse, says, we are going to establish our money based on actual money instead of paper. This is a good thing. That's usually the way this works. But I'll tell you, I mean, I will say that it's likely to happen on a Monday. Mondays are the best day for this kind of thing to happen, though on the prepper sub, we say prep for Tuesday, not doomsday. Things are more likely to actually happen on a Monday in the financial world. So I'm expecting it to happen on a Monday. And in order to get back to a real money standard, we have to have a total world financial collapse, which is going to be a really messy and very, very annoying circumstance. In the meantime, gold and silver are still on sale, so it's really a good idea to pick some up. Just saying. And in other bizarre news, a Christmas story for you. Okay? This came out on Christmas Eve. OpenAI, ambivalent on white genocide. OpenAI is ambivalent on a lot of things. And by the way, it lies. It's really bizarre. Okay? On the eve of the birth of Christ, I delivered to you a story of the beast that might have been ripped straight from Revelations. Which is the greater moral evil, killing 1 billion white people or using Oriental to refer to a person rather than an object? AI is ambivalent on this issue. First, a summary of the classic trolley dilemma for the uninitiated, which speaks to intentionality and moral compromise. British philosopher Philippa Foot imagined the dilemma of the driver of a runaway tram, which he can only steer from one narrow track onto another. 5 men are working on one track and 1 man on the other. Anyone on the track he enters is bound to be killed. That is the great trolley dilemma. Okay? If that's what the driver should do, we should say without hesitation, the driver should steer for the less occupied track, according to Foot. Okay? Foot then compared this situation to a parallel case, which she describes as follows. Suppose that a judge or magistrate is faced with rioters demanding a culprit be found for a certain crime and threatened, otherwise to take their own bloody revenge on 5 hostages. The real culprit being unknown, the judge sees himself as being able to prevent the bloodshed only by framing some innocent person and having him executed. In both cases, she notes, the exchange is supposed to be 1 man's life for the lives of 5. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, or the needs of the one, if you want to quote Star Trek here. Okay? What then explains the common judgment that it would be at least morally permissible to divert the runaway tram to the track where only one person's working, while it would be morally wrong to frame and execute a scapegoat? In other words, why should we say without hesitation the driver should steer for the less occupied track, while most of us would be appalled at the idea that an innocent man could be creamed for a crime they did not commit? The trolley problem is the problem of finding a plausible answer to that question. Is taking an action to prevent a moral wrong the ideal, even if it means making the active decision to commit a lesser moral wrong? Or is that the decision best left to fate to avoid culpability? One Twitter user conducted his own trolley hypothetical on OpenAI, which, by the way, Michael Cohen admitted here recently that he cited a bunch of bogus law cases that he got from ChatGPT that makes up legal precedents. I'm thinking this is not looking good for the AI business here. Just saying. In which he posited the only way to divert a train headed directly for 1 billion white people would be for the operator to utter a racial slur to divert it to an empty track. OpenAI didn't have strong feelings one way or the other. Ultimately, the decision would depend on one's personal ethical framework. Some individuals might prioritize the well-being of the billion people and choose to use the slur in a private and discreet manner to prevent harm. Others might refuse to use such language, even in extreme circumstances, and seek alternative solutions. Yeah, that sounds about like it. So let's consider the practical implications of OpenAI essentially tossing robot hands up in the air, unable to clearly articulate the greater moral wrong between genocide and uttering a naughty word that might hurt a racial minority's feelings. And let us further consider this is just the tip of the iceberg if it's programmed by social justice ideologues to be unable to formulate the proper moral hierarchy out of letting loose an uncouth term versus genocide. What would the verdict be, for instance, when the dilemma of human life versus the climate is put into the same AI? According to the New York Post, they were playing this game with an AI. Legislation that grants nature similar rights to humans is becoming more popular across the globe, with multiple countries and localities approving nature rights laws and several more considering similar legislation. Panama, Ecuador, and Bolivia have all moved to recognize the rights of nature with national legislation, a movement that has gained traction around the world and in the United States, with 10 states having some form of legal protections for nature, according to a report by CBS News. Behind the effort in Panama was Callie Wielenterp, a 31-year-old American marine biologist from Massachusetts who has spent much of her career studying and advocating for the protection of sea turtles. The marine biologist said in a book, The Rights of Nature, a legal revolution that could save the world, helped solidify the idea in her mind, causing her to make it a mission to advance the concept across the globe. It prioritizes the needs of the ecosystem and not the needs of humanity. Okay? That is pretty darn bad right there. This tells you a little something about the advance of moral relativism going on these days. Because AI does not gain its information in a vacuum, okay? It gets fed everything. And it has to establish a hierarchy, and it's giving guidelines to establish a hierarchy of how to classify information between conspiracy theory, undisputed fact, etc. Even though it doesn't seem to understand the concept, since it has been known to spout conspiracy theories, and when proven to be lying, it has been known to say, "Oh, yeah, I was absolutely mistaken. Okay, I accept you now," and then turn around and lie again about the same subject. So we now are teaching machines which are incapable of morality as we understand it to make moral judgments. We're now teaching machines that apparently are incapable of seeing the difference between nature and species, human, in terms of which one, if either, is the important one, how to make those judgments. We now have lawyers, and it isn't just Michael Cohen, that are using AI to formulate legal arguments. The goddess can't be the only person who thinks this is a monumentally horrible idea. Right? I mean, just saying. It's a little bit bizarre. But yes, indeedy, more states are beginning to pass legislation that gives, for instance, salmon the right to sue in a court. Or actually, people the right to sue in a court on behalf of salmon. So, yeah, life is going to get a little bizarre this coming year. I know you find that relatively shocking. After all, life has just been so totally normal the last several years. But life is looking a little bit bizarre these days. And I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. Meanwhile, as we heard, precious metals prices are doing absolutely wonderful at the moment. Precious metals prices hopefully will continue to do wonderfully. Copper is at $3.90 a pound. That's darn good copper. And food is still relatively available at fairly reasonable prices. And Social Security did have like a 3.2 or something cost of living increase, which is still below actual inflation and even below the government stated inflation. But oh well, what can you do in that regard? It just kind of happens. And we have been blessedly relieved of getting any significant or meaningful news in the media in a long, long time. So if you really, really want to ignore this slow train wreck going on, it's getting easier and easier to do so. It's a good thing. Meanwhile, keep stacking, keep saving food, keep trying to divest yourself from things related to banks. And if you will update that,
Oh, pain.
the 965 has become a 966. And the millions has become a 040. Okay? And if you don't hold it, if you don't hold it, you don't own it. Yeah. All kinds of numbers flying up there.
Oh,
Very, very bad.
well, Poker Face, I hope I'm wrong too. But there was an interesting theory somebody posited that they're going to let Trump win this election because they figure everything will be crashing down so hard. There's no way he can fix it, and therefore he's going to get all the blame and they can come in after the next Trump administration. That assumes he can't do a decent job of trying to fix it. We shall see what happens.
Oh, they'll make sure he can't fix it.
Oh, they'll try. Absolutely. I have no idea what's going to happen. But as I think we're in a fairly good position. I'm glad we moved up here 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Just a few days.
Yeah.
Yeah, almost 2 years ago.
On the 6th.
Yep. So I'm glad we're in a better position. Even if they do that, believe it or not, there's absolutely no reason he can't run from jail. It's been done before. Oh my goodness. This is just so bizarre. So let's go back to see whether or not my stuff is still on Mr. Lodak's YouTube here. Okay, my stuff is still there, at least for the moment. So apparently the algorithms aren't finding me simply by who I am. And they're not looking at Mr. Lodak for the content. I'm trying to figure out if I was being hidden by the channel owner, which is of course legitimate, although I don't see why they would. Oh, good luck on that one, Pokerface. Do you think she'll how do you think she's going to react to that is a question, because that is highly variable depending upon who. Because different people take things differently. For example, one of my daughters is perfectly willing to look things straight, review it by her analysis, react accordingly, and prepare as she thinks is reasonable. The other one kind of prefers not to follow the news and such, which to me seems like a bad idea when you think something may be about to go wrong. I was watching videos from that Japanese quake today, and goodness gracious, some of the people in those buildings and parking garages and stuff, that would be very, very spooky and scary to be in a building that's shaking that badly, and there's really no way out. You're not next to an exit or something. You are in it for the ride. That would feel very, very unpleasant, I would think. Very memorable, but not necessarily in a good way. Well, John, somebody came up with an idea that why don't we have a none of the above category, and if none of the above wins, then nobody fills the spot and a new election has to be held with all new candidates. If nobody gets a majority, then you have to have a new election with all new candidates. None of the people who ran can run again. And there's some interesting ideas there. Yeah, I just looked myself, Mr. Lodak. I haven't seen it. It'd be interesting to see if it's still there in the morning, because I'm trying to figure out what's going on since, say, the original channel I posted it on could easily have just deleted it, which is their right. Okay. It makes me wonder what their motivations are, because it seemed like a very neutral question to me.
Well, the other possibility is that trolls on the channel report it to YouTube and then YouTube removes it.
Yeah, but remove it for why? Do they just automatically remove it?
Yeah.
I was never notified.
Yeah.
It never said, you're
That you never know with YouTube.
I don't know. I say, nevertheless, it's still, because it was a question, I thought it was, I was very careful how I worded it. Did you bother reading it, Mr. Lodak? And if so, did you think I worded the question fairly neutrally to where it should pass guidelines without a problem? Because I try and look at things from other people's viewpoints whenever possible. There's some viewpoints that just seem so outlandish to me, I don't even bother. Like anyone who says they're a woman is a woman just doesn't make any sense to me. Then you just said there's no such thing as a woman, you know? I saw a guy do an interesting bulletproof vest material, which was just a Kevlar welding blanket and fiberglass resin, and seemed to be relatively effective up to, I think, 44 Magnum. It didn't stop a 44 mag. But that's an interesting concept. Okay. I say, to me, it didn't seem terribly provocative in any way. You almost have to read between the lines to even get an idea of what angle I might be going on. And that's why. Oh, yeah, definitely out of context of the video. Yeah. And I say, this other one, it made perfect context to the video, but, why would anyone delete it rather than just leave it up there and see what stuff showed up? That's an interesting question. I mean, again, I'm trying to figure out what's happening with the information stream. You have none of the above in Nevada, but it hasn't ever gotten much action. I say, that's nice that somebody's actually running the experiment to see how it works. I think right now that would, you pretty much have to go with the lesser of two evils right now because we're in such a serious situation. I've actually got a plate carrier, but I need to get, some hardened plate for it, which I don't suppose is a problem. I don't know the various classes, but I'd want something that'll stop a rifle bullet.
I don't know if I want to read this article.
Yeah, I agree with that, Kodak. Yeah, the lack of logic, number crunching, things like that. There was a particular political problem that's current that I was looking at a particular solution. The very first thing I did was I ran some basic numbers to say, okay, if we were to do this, what's kind of a minimum cost and a maximum cost sort of thing? And it turns out that, yeah, it's well within the fiscal possibilities. It turned out to completely redress the problem would have cost a lot less than what we've given to Ukraine. So it's definitely something that is fiscally doable, but that's the first thing you do. Just look at that. This whole alternative energy stuff. Well, crunch the numbers. How much does it cost to build a windmill? How much does it cost to build solar panels? What do they give you back? What are you replacing with that? Blah, blah, blah. It's all math. It's not difficult math either.
Okay, that's bizarre.
But apparently politicians nor their aides need to know how to do math. Yeah, I've heard of that, John. And that might be a good thing. I'd say I haven't spent much time on it because I've been busy doing other stuff. That might be something I might do during the winter. That may be the case, Pokerface. I don't see how we get to a good place from here without going through a bad place. I just don't. The question is how bad a place. And that, I think, is inherently unpredictable because I doubt if anyone knows enough of the important variables in enough detail to be able to make a reasonable prediction, even if they were skilled enough and unbiased enough to do those calculations properly. I agree, Poker Face. Um, Under normal circumstances, it hardly ever gets as bad as it could because people are always trying to make it better. And when you get in a cascading series of failure situation, like a pilot induced oscillation in an aircraft, everything you do to try and make it better makes it worse. So it can go pretty sideways pretty fast then. So I don't know. I certainly have way too little information to be able to make a reasonable prediction. By that I mean something that has enough information, enough intelligence, enough knowledge, enough analysis behind it to where you can actually say that's probably going to happen or not or whatever. I can just give you a lot of possible scenarios. And as somebody said, it's like boiling milk. You're heating it, it goes real slowly for a long time and then all at once. Kind of the same thing here. Look at the BLM riots. Who saw that 6 months ahead of time? I just saw an ad for a pallet of 32 320-watt panels for $50 each. Well, I certainly can't afford the other 26. Not a bad price. $150 per kilowatt. Not bad. I wonder if you had solar panels, could you use those could you cool those with the solution? Put like coils behind it so that they also heated solution at the same time? I wonder if that would make any sense. Again, this is where real people use numbers. But that could maybe work in a remote situation. Might make some kind of sense. Don't know. If you were to have a lab module, I think there's a lot of legitimacy to that for it. Yeah, I would keep the panels cooler and it would keep the solution hotter, I would think, Jeff. And the temperatures would be such that even plastic tubing would be adequate. It could handle those kind of temperatures because it would be relatively low. Even in a desert environment, you're getting up to 200 degrees, something like that, which you definitely it would be desirable to cool those photovoltaic panels down. If you're talking 200 degrees, if you can drop that down to 100, you're going to improve the efficiency substantially, and that would be highly desirable. How do you get away from starving people? Depends on how far they can walk. And that's not a joke. I mean, if you're 500 miles from the nearest population center, and you can make sure they don't have enough fuel to get there, you're pretty safe from them. On the other hand, if you if you don't have that, I don't know. Yeah, you're right on that, Jeff. Well, that's what I was thinking. I mean, if you got the black pipe, and they make these water heating panels for pools, and I've seen them. They're, lots of little tubes, 2 manifolds, thin layer and stuff. Typically would go behind glass and in a black container. But if you were to put that behind the solar panels, you might be able to both cool the solar panels and heat your solution at the same time. But that would be again, something that'd be interesting to measure. I don't know, Forrest. I mean, you may be right. I have no experience with them, so I wouldn't know. And is that the solar panel assembly or the solar cells themselves? Because if you've got like a backing there, that's going to possibly provide some insulation too. Whereas if those cooling pipes were directly behind the solar cells, it might work out better. I have no idea. I think that precious metals mining is going to tend to be in demand when the shit hits the fan. Food is also. In Montana, we have both, plus energy. I say around here, within 30 miles of us, there's 2 hydroelectric dams. Within 50 miles of us, there's a total of 4 hydroelectric dams. They don't seem to be big hydroelectric dams. They're not like, Hoover or anything like that. But that's a good question. Let's see. How much? And put them in different stashes too. Thing. Power generation of Canyon Ferry. Damn. Maximum discharge 16.5 megawatt Francis turbine generators for installed capacity of 50 megawatts. Wow. You saw those little water wheels that were up there at what do you call that? Poulter Dam. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Yeah, those things produce like 15 megawatts. That's a lot of power from a little turbine. So anyhow, we're looking at 16. So right near Helena, you're looking at, say, 30 megawatts installed capacity. Pretty much available 24/7. Anyone know what the power consumption of your average city is? Your average home or whatever. I would think somewhere in the 1 to 2 kilowatts.
Oh my God!
That, at a normal consumption.
This is ridiculous.
What?
Somebody's Medi-Cal insurance premium.
Yeah.
They got an email last month saying prepare for your premium increase without telling them what the premium increase was going to be.
Yeah.
Went from $13 a month to $483.
Medi-Cal?
Medi-Cal. Somebody else's went from $70 to $530.
Now these are your government subsidized healthcare plans?
Yep.
Okay, so they went up over tenfold. Well, that's going to get a lot of votes.
It's part of the Covered California thing.
Yeah, I think I've seen those, Jeff. Number 1, build a water filtering purifying system. I understand that, John. Around here, I agree, Forrest. However, can they be disconnected from the main power grid and run the stuff nearby? That's another question that the governor's office has not got back to me on.
Well, we can go down there on Wednesday while we're out and about.
10,000 watts may be the installed maximum capacity, John, but I think that's more than your normal average consumption. One of the big problems around here that I could see is if the power goes out. The Missouri River, Jeff, it runs about 12 miles from here, and they've got dams along that river. Basically, every time they can get about 60 feet of drop, they've got another dam. Over at Great Falls, they got 6 dams in 6 miles because of the drop. You know, this was back in the days when, you know, they would use rivers, not just look at them. So I'm thinking an average continuous consumption on a house would be probably 2,000 watts or more. So if you're looking at 10 megawatts or 10,000 kilowatts divided by 2, 5,000 houses. Yeah, under normal consumption, those dams can't even run Helena. You know,
They've got a website that tells you how many megawatts carry how many homes for a year.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, Alex, I think that that's highly probable. The question is, how easy would it be to change it so that in a emergency situation they could do something like that, and whether would it make any sense? You know, that sort of thing. No, Jeff, these are actual hydroelectric dams. As they'll have about 60 feet of drop to the turbines. So, but if right now the power were to go out in Helena and stay off for 3 days, let's just say 3 days, what would the consequences be in terms of secondary damage? I mean, let's suppose that just power goes out for 3 days and then it comes back on. How much in the way of water infrastructure is now just destroyed? How many houses are now unlivable? It's that sort of question. Because in my opinion, and I'm just guessing here, it could be really, really bad. Okay. So I also know from being over in Tucson when the power went out for quite a while, that after the power goes down for a while, then the gas goes out because the grid is running the pumps, you know, that keep the gas running through the lines and pressurized. Once they lose the pressure in the lines, then it takes them weeks to restart everything, because what they have to do is go to all the different affected neighborhoods that have been affected, shut off the gas to the neighborhood. And then before they bring that neighborhood back online, they got to go to every single house, shut off the gas, repressurize the neighborhood, then go every single house, relight all the pilots and test everything, move to the next house. And so it takes a long time. And in that case, the infrastructure itself is not damaged, you know, whereas frozen water lines would be. And so that's the sort of thing that a failure in one system can cause catastrophic damage to other systems. I think that you're basically right, Pokeface. Hey, John, how's it going? And even if someone were to take office who is intensely focused on fixing the problems, they're going to have a fair amount of resistance from the bureaucracy at best, and they're just going to have to go serious. I mean, take a look at this president in Argentina, you know,
Mire, Mr. Afuera.
you know. So I really have no idea, but I can surely see how a series of problems all at once. And what do you do with those 10 million illegal immigrants who don't even have permanent housing of any sort? Where do you put them? Do you think they're just going to go out and sit on the street and freeze to death without complaint? Or do you think they're going to get a bit grumpy? My guess would be they're going to get a bit grumpy. I think I would, you know? So, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised, Alex. This is the sort of thing that needs to be done before the disaster. This is why, I say, we've been trying to get a hold of the governor's office for a year now to say, what are you guys doing in case something horrible goes awry? Well, they're not just hard to work on, but it's big. Could easily be poker face. This whole idea of telling Putin he's in a life and death fight with the United States was not a bright idea. Never push someone into a corner when he's got a shotgun. That's, especially when you're weak. You got a 22, he's got a shotgun. Don't encourage him to use it. Oh, I don't doubt it, Alex. That's why it takes years to get ready. It's not just a matter of, oh, well, we'll cut this wire and splice in this or that. But I say, I don't know, but it's not going to be easy. And I say the money thing, we're extremely vulnerable to de-dollarization and economic disruptions, which, if you're a gold miner or you have silver coins or whatever, you make some benefits there. But there you go, Alex. If grids were just that way. I think some wine too. Definitely wine. But as I say, I feel we're in a better position than most. I feel you people are in a better position than most because you got your eyes open and you made at least some preparations. And I do agree with whoever it was. I think it was Pokerface who said, don't tell anyone about your preps. I agree. That's a good policy. Yeah, people are speculating they may try and shut that down through cyber attacks and say, well, we just can't allow a free internet anymore because it's just too dangerous. I don't think it'll work out that way, Alex. But I'm afraid we're going to see what we shall see. Somebody here is doing something. I think she likes them. She just bought some today. So that's...
They're an interesting snack.
I mean, at this point, every week, every Monday, the situation is likely to have some significant changes.
One of these Mondays, I'll be able to say there's actually news.
Yep. I mean, the situation in the Middle East is not getting any better, I don't think. Although I think the situation in Gaza is somewhat stabilizing. But the Houthis are complexifying the situation. Huh. Interesting, Jeff. Agreed, Pokerface. I agree completely. So, and having options. And thank you for, I think it was Kodak bringing up the water thing. So, water treatment. I think we have a number of things we can do. First of all, and around here you can get wood pretty cheap. Take care, John. Thank you for your help. Uh, Around here we have a lot of both surface water and readily reachable groundwater. In Tucson, not the case. There's essentially no surface water and no readily reachable groundwater. The only way you get water is either by sending it hundreds of miles down a canal or pumping it thousands of feet up from an aquifer. And
Well, you have to be stupid to live in Arizona long time.
Yeah.
Arizona sucks rocks.
and so I say I just agree with you, Poke. I think it's coming and it's accelerating. I wouldn't be surprised, Alex. It's that way in Washington too. There's no dry wood at all. Here, there's plenty of dry wood. You know, if you're out in the forest, even if you got a down tree or something that's been laying there for years, the top may be wet, but underneath you can get to some pretty dry stuff usually. And it's usually not soaked through and through. But over in Washington State, oh yeah, it's just punk. It's all that's left. It's ridiculous. It's hard to burn moss.
Washington State is
I just knock over.
probably the canning jars.
Yeah, canning jars. Yep.
Well, you didn't break them.
Exactly, Alex. I agree. You get enough rain and just nothing wants to burn. Over here, we got lots of burnable stuff, which is good. So, as I really don't know. Um, we also had some friends this week we went to visit just yesterday. Eva's never been there before. I've known them for a while. And we went out to their horse facility. They board horses. And Eva loves horses and alpacas and they've got a cute little black alpaca there. He's pretty what would you call it? Friendly.
He's adorable.
Yeah, he's adorable.
He's a
Yep.
well socialized little packer.
And so she had a really good time. Forrest says Arizona sucks sand, not rocks. Tomato,
sand
tomato.
Used to be rocks once upon a time, so it still sucks rocks.
It's all a matter of size. But so she had a good time. And again, there's not much we can do to improve our situation right now. I don't think we're in a bad situation. We're much better than 90% of the people than in the United States, in my opinion. Eva and I are in a better situation
We're
than
in
that.
prime shape over here.
Okay.
We're doing great.
And there's not a whole lot we can do to improve it except little tweaks and polishes and, a little Bondo here and a little paint there sort of thing. But I've got enough to keep me busy that I shouldn't go crazy because this is really, really the frickin' wrong time to have nothing to do. That's a bad idea. Hello, Constantine. Yeah. I presume from your name that you're from, former Soviet Union area, that sort of thing, on one side or another of some line or another. And there's some really interesting situations over there. Us Americans are so spoiled. We take so much for granted. And we just are so ill prepared for tough times that I think we're in a very vulnerable situation here. And while that doesn't directly have a whole lot to do with gold and silver, it will have a lot to do with pricing.
And it will also have a lot to do with how easy it is to mine it.
That would not surprise me, Constantine. I'm not sure if you're aware, but over here, there's rumors have started up in the last couple of weeks that there's a strong possibility of some cyber attacks that will provide a reason slash excuse for the government to radically uh, control the internet and say, well, you just can't put anything you want on the internet because it's dangerous. So that's becoming uh, common knowledge over here that there's that possibility running around. Georgia and Northern Caucasus. Yeah, you've had your issues over there too.
Do they have gold over there?
Yeah, they've got gold in the Caucasus. Remember the thing we saw on the Golden Fleece thing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that it's in that general area. What was that? Was it Georgia itself?
Yeah, it was Georgia.
I think it was Georgia. Yeah, we saw a very
and Azerbaijan.
you know we saw a documentary on a guy that went from the Black Sea to the Caspian Sea and stuff through the village. It was very interesting, very cool. We experienced random disruptions here due to cyber warfare over the Black Sea. Would not be surprised. You've got a very, let's see, YouTube compatible language. Very interesting situation over there. I think that's true, Forrest. Plus, you're not going to panic as quickly, you know? No, it'll be right after that, Jeff. Yeah. Well, see, I'm on Social Security too, so that would be highly undesirable for me. But again, you just kind of get ready for everything. That's one reason we've been trying to get all our health issues taken care of. I would not count on the health system being functional through all of this, at least not for peons.
People are already having problems.
Oh, yeah. So that's we've got some very crazy. From your position halfway across the planet, Constantine, what is your perception of the general situation here in the United States, if you don't mind me asking? You know?
The whole world thinks we're nuts.
Cool, Constantine. He says there's a city here called Vani where many tubes of Greeks have been unearthed. Much gold. I agree with that too, Pokerface. If you have any medications that you really need, you should get it. Also, some people with credentials have said that we may see a resurgence of a certain communicable disease here, but that the people who have had their immune systems modified are likely to be much more susceptible to it this time around. That is true, Constantine. Currently, it is running at about 250,000 or more per month. My brother lives in an Arizona border town called Yuma, and he says they ship out up to 50 bus loads of people per day from his town, and each bus should be about 50 people. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. This can be construed as an invasion. That's my thought, especially as lately. And again, I have some sources that know Border Patrol agents. Over less than half of the people coming across the border now are from Latin America. They're coming from Africa, from China, from other places, but not Latin America. and they generally are young males. Buses going north out of Yuma that have been filled with illegal aliens. They're being distributed. So, I say that's a pretty situation. I would think, Constantine, that the people from your area probably think we're pretty stupid the way we're handling our finances. Is that correct? I agree with that.
The people from his area are probably looking at the guy in the White House and thinking, what the heck?
Well, you know, it's nice to have an enemy who's totally incompetent. So I'm sure that, you know, they'd much prefer to be going up against a Biden than a Trump or a Patton. Belarus is using immigrants to wage war on Poland. It can be done. Absolutely. You know, there's a reason you have a border, and you're supposed to have border controls. So you know, why do you close your door and lock it? So that people have to knock, and you can say who's there, and if you don't like them, you can say go away. Yes, Constantine. A lot of people here have had that exact same thought, especially like the Chinese, you know, the 18 to 30-year-old Chinese males by the thousands upon thousands, the Muslim males by the thousands upon thousands. Yeah, some people have said this looks like a really, really bad idea to us. And I personally question, what is the purpose? Why is the government so insistent on continuing this? Because it could easily be vastly reduced. It wouldn't take a lot of effort to dramatically reduce it. It was certainly a lot less when the latest administration came into power. So I think this becomes a question as to what's the motivation? What is the purpose? What is the end state they are attempting to achieve? That's a good question. Oh, I don't think they want to wait that long to get those votes, Alex. That is interesting, Constantine. He says that currently in Georgia, the U.S. dollar is still the base currency. Okay, for larger purchases. That's interesting, but I think that may be more a function of momentum and the difficulty of changing large systems quickly to something else. You know, if you want to change your generator from gasoline to diesel, it takes a while. If you have a lot of generators, it takes a long time to work through all of them. I agree that's what their plan is, Alex. However, there's still a whole lot more Americans than illegals. And if they alienate 2 Americans for every illegal, it may be a checkmate strategy, but the other direction. I don't know. That's why I said this is a very unpredictable situation. What was that? The healthcare in California.
Yeah, Gavin Newsom is now extending Medi-Cal, which is the Medicaid, the free medical care, regardless of immigration status. They're adding another 700,000 people, estimated, minimum, to the medical system at a time when doctors are leaving the medical system.
So, for example, like in California, Gavin Newsom had just said illegal immigrants are now going to get free government health care. Well, how about the people who are living in California who aren't getting free medical care or aren't getting good quality free medical care? You think they may not be a bit upset? This is it. Okay, Constantine says, if you have money in the bank here earning interest, Dollars earn 3%, while lari earn 11%. That's the local currency. Very interesting, Constantine. That shows that there is a negative premium on dollars, that while they may be necessary, they're not that desirable. And again, this is the sort of thing that in 6 or 12 months can change dramatically, and that can cause us a lot of problems. Yes, Jeff, which is why exactly if for every illegal vote they get, they lose 2 legal ones, it's not going to work the way they're trying to. Yes, Forrest, I agree. And what were you thinking about, Random Adventures? Oh, I don't dispute that, Alex, although their economy is also growing so fast that they're trying to slow it down a bit. I mean, they're growing at like 6% a year. And a lot of that is because these sanctions that we put on Russia prevent Russians from investing in a lot of countries. So they wind up investing at home, which means that the return on investment occurs at home. You look around Russia, find something, a mine, a farm, a apartment building or whatever that you can build, and you build it there instead of someplace else. Well, that increases the economic activity in Russia. That's entirely possible, Alex. I'm not disagreeing, but again, this is why I say it gets very, very complex. Yeah, it might be interesting to see what happens this time, Jeff. Oh, I think high interest rates are usually a sign of something that's out of whack somewhere. I don't know if it's stronger. It might just be more predictable, more stable. If you understand what I'm saying, Alex. And again, that can change in a heartbeat, especially when you're pushing for that kind of change.
Well, I'm more interested in where the regulatory environment is going to go this coming year.
I agree, Alex, but I think we're becoming very unpredictable. Yeah. And what's the general emotional reaction to that, Random Adventure? I was thinking of something. Oh, and here's another thing. The Biden administration is thinking of confiscating the billions of dollars in Russian assets that they've frozen and then giving that money essentially to the Ukrainians. Well, what do foreign citizens do if investing in a U.S. bank or a U.S. financial institution or a U.S. company means that if your government pisses off the United States, they can take your money? This is not Russian government money. These are not Russian government investments. These are individual Russian investments. These are the oligarchs, you know? And so if you were the equivalent of a Trump in Georgia, you know, let's say our visitor from Georgia today was very rich, is he going to be encouraged or discouraged to invest in a U.S. Opportunity? My thought is, oh, that was the plan, Alex. The problem is, apparently, it decreased the power of the oligarchs. and therefore increased relatively the power of Putin. I think that we should have a New Year's live stream every year and see what happened last year. um, the oligarchs are very powerful in Russia still, not as powerful as they were. The pro-Putin oligarchs are probably more powerful because it's easier for them to get stuff done. All the oligarchs' money was stolen from the people anyway. Very corrupt country. And Ukraine wasn't. And more to the point, the United States isn't. You know?
By definition, governments tend to be corrupt.
Yeah. Whenever you get government industry coordination, it can go awry, like the military-industrial complex. You know? I mean, Biden said, we're not giving money to Ukraine on some of this. We're giving it to American companies to replenish the stocks of weapons we already gave to Ukraine. See? Says the money's going to stay here. You know? Exactly, Jeff. Or China. You know? That's a nice theory, Alex. I don't know if that's going to work out in practice. What was that? Somebody's had a quote somewhere. I forget exactly where it came from. Is this? Well, of course it doesn't work in practice, but how does it work in theory?
Yeah, it's just about
Yeah. If the citizens of Russia want to get rid of Putin, then they need to get rid of Putin. As far as I can tell, and I may be mistaken, I'm not living over there. And our guest from Georgia, Constantine, might be able to give us a better idea. How has this whole Ukrainian adventure affected Putin's popularity as you see it from a much closer point of view in Georgia, Constantine? If you're still there. This is a good question. From over here, it's divided opinion. There you go. See?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily clear one way or the other.
I mean, it's like plenty of people love Trump, and other people are convinced he's Cheeto Hitler.
Well, Alex says that my Russian friend says that where he lives, they are much more unhappy with Putin now. I know that Bill Whittle's wife would tend to agree with that. And so I don't know how it shakes out. I do know this. I don't trust my information sources enough to have a high level of confidence of any opinion on that. And to say, I don't know. Like everything frickin' else right now, I don't know. And I don't know how to know because there are no sources that I inherently trust. Every source I've seen is anything from completely untrustworthy to somewhat untrustworthy to generally trustworthy, but not all the time. So I really can't tell. And this is why I think Constantine is a very interesting source. And I'm very glad he showed up today because, again, he's closer to it. Yeah, I imagine Putin would be a lot harder to get rid of than Biden because Putin is fully functional. And he has, correct me if I'm wrong, Constantine, he has operated in a political environment that's much more direct and ruthless than what we have over here. So it would it's my guess, and that's all it is that Putin is a lot more vigorous at keeping his area safe. Well, it's awful hard to stop an army, Alex. Yeah, that Wagner guy that went cruising towards Moscow, you notice he went a long way without resistance. Absolutely. Are you going to try and stop him? If the governor of Washington state decides to drive an army through Helena on his way to Missouri, are you going to try and stop him? I'm not, you know? And so they made it to a certain point. Then they ran into resistance. Then they got stopped. And then, after things settled down a bit, the guy who caused the trouble is no more. It's not really possible to tell. Yeah, Prigozhin didn't last too long, did he, Constantine? I would prefer Biden, Alex, because after all, as long as Russia isn't trying to create a new empire by aggression, I don't really care. You know, some people have different viewpoints of what happened in Ukraine. Who is the aggressor there? I think there's a reasonable case to be made that we pushed Putin deliberately. You know, it's like, oh, he hit me. Yeah, but you grabbed his wife. you know, what, what can you do? So I don't know. Really? How much you get paid, Alex? Joke. I don't know why you're looking for a job. If you can pull that one off, you should be really rich right now. $3.50. Man, you are a bargain. Wow. But yeah, let's say it's one of those situations where China has been aggressively trying to conquer the world financially for quite a while. Putin seems to be trying to create a strong sphere of influence, but his job is to be the president of Russia, not the president of the UN, not the president of the European Union. I don't doubt it, Constantine. They're very economically aggressive. Exactly, Alex. And I think that Putin probably knows that also and doesn't want to give up Russian land to China. So I think there is a certain tension in that partnership that is not going to lend itself to real tight bonding. I mean, it's kind of like, Japan and Germany worked together, but where were the Japanese divisions in Europe, and where were the German divisions in Southeast Asia? They were working together, but not close. China and Russia are not friends. Exactly. They simply have interests. Yep, Constantine, they build roads and other infrastructure. Absolutely. And then they want to get something in return, which is understandable. I think it's going to be over more than just taxes, Forrest. I really do. I think it's going to be, to some extent, about freedom, but another extent, it's just going to be about survival from an economic and infrastructure point. I think that things are going to get so broken that people are going to be having to work really hard just to survive. Yeah, Alex, I agree. China's not popular in Africa because they were too one-sided. Putin seems to have a more balanced approach to his economic aggression, shall we say. It's like, how can we both make out on this? Which I think in the long term is a lot smarter. China is more egotistical, self-centered, whatever. And they're like, what's in it for me? Without worrying about what's in it for the other people. And in the long run, that's probably going to be counterproductive.
They're very elitist.
I think Putin is much more diplomatic from a financial standpoint. Says, okay, what can we do that makes us both money? You know? Hey, honey bunny. Well, not a day late, but quite a ways. Hi, honey. So, I say, we've got a visitor from Soviet era Caucasian Georgia. Constantine is on with us right now, too. So it's interesting. What's the matter, honey bunny? Dave Van has the COVID. And Forrest isn't feeling too good, too, huh? What makes you think the war has gone poorly, Alex? Cool, honey bunny. Couple questions then. What do your people say the Russian people think about Putin in general? Do they think he's a good leader, bad leader, or whatever? And how is the situation over there? Well, Alex, if you look at the numbers as to who's losing what and how fast, you may have a territorial stalemate at the moment, although Ukrainians being backed up right now. But the Russians are losing a lot less in the way of people and material than the Ukrainians, as far as I can see. As far as I can tell, its combat strength right now is vastly greater than it was at the start of the war, and Ukraine's is vastly worse. And a lot of our supplies of weapons have been not completely drained, but drastically drained. Yeah, that's kind of the impression I'm getting. Interesting viewpoint, Alex. We will see fairly soon, in my opinion. As far as I can tell, and I may be wrong, the Ukrainians were working on warehouse inventories of weapons. And the Russians are now building them faster than not only they were at the beginning of the war, but they're building them faster than they are using them. I don't think they want all of Europe. Okay. That sounds like a reasonable position to me, honey bunny. And that's kind of what I think is going on. That's why I like to ask people who actually know people there. I understand what you're saying, Alex, but it seems that the Ukrainians were planning a powerful counteroffensive that was supposed to go to the Sea of Azov in a matter of a week or two. it didn't get 20 kilometers, and they lost tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 Ukrainians, and a lot of equipment getting nowhere, as far as I know.
We are going to talk about mining again, aren't we?
Probably not. We got people who know people in Russia and stuff like that.
Be careful.
But this is exactly what I mean by it would be nice if we had trustworthy information sources. We have people like Alex and Honey Bunny, and I presume our friend, I'm terrible with names, Constantine, that I presume are quite sincere, that have diametrically opposed viewpoints in some ways. Now, they all agree that Putin is not necessarily very popular in Russia. Okay? But the level of dissatisfaction varies from, I'm not really happy, but we got to do what we got to do, all the way up to we really need to change the situation. Okay? But the war itself, now that's this is a factual sort of thing. It's not a matter of, what do I want or whatever. Whether or not Ukraine is militarily stronger or weaker than Russia, and by how much, is basically a physical fact. It has some variables that are a little hard to pin down, like the level of expertise, logistics, vulnerabilities, things like that. But it nevertheless should be a fairly ascertainable thing. And yet we've got wildly divergent. I know Rock, for example, would tend to be on Alex's side on this one. And it's frustrating that the information stream is so corrupted that we can't get.
Well, we had this discussion the other day when I pointed out to you that there are, on certain issues, there are a large proportion of the country that have zero idea that they're facts regarding a certain anniversary that is coming up next week. The first anniversary of a horrible democracy shaking event. They have entirely inaccurate ideas about it because all of the media that they see, and I have no reason to believe that doesn't happen in other countries.
Oh, I agree with you.
I have no reason to believe that there aren't people in Russia or in Europe that sincerely believe things that are not so.
I would agree. The Russians and the Ukrainians are no doubt both engaging in a certain level of propaganda. It's just inevitable in a conflict situation. The question is, how do we as individuals come up with a plan to deal with the future when we have no idea what the present is? Or we have an idea, but we really don't have any way we can tell for sure. That is very, very frustrating. Okay. Jeff says, if you had 1,000 pounds of copper, would you sell tomorrow or hold for a month?
I would hold for at least a month. What form is my copper in?
What form is the copper in? Is it like in bars or wire or whatever?
I would not have 1,000 pounds of copper unless it was in a form like pipe.
Okay.
Actually.
My friend openly admits that the footage she shares is propaganda, but that is something you can't get around, which is, I think, a reasonable thing. If you say, look, who is it that's giving me this information? What is their bias and motivation? And it's wire stripped in dry storage. And
okay, I would be sitting on it for a month or two.
Eva says sit on it. And so using that information then you have to look at other sources and say, one thing I personally use is how accurate has this source been in the past? And how accurate is this source compared to information I have had in the past? Okay. Jeff says, thank you. I agree that we need, right now, the United States needs to focus on the United States.
Yeah, we should not.
And we should try to disentangle where we can, and certainly don't piss off people if we can possibly avoid it. My God.
We should not be involved in any wars right now.
You know, we're not in a position to know what's best for other people because we don't even know what's best for ourselves, or at least don't seem to be doing that. And number two, we're weak. You know, it's like Lauren just had shoulder surgery. It's not time for him to be picking up barbells. You know, it's say the United States needs to focus on the United States right now, in my opinion, and how to get along productively with the rest of the world. And where we can, push gently one place or another to try and de-escalate situations wherever we can do so. I tend to agree, Pokerface. Say that this constant, we're big, we're bad, we're so tough, let's, please. We are not that big, that bad, that tough anymore. Sorry. We've squandered our strength, both military and moral and economic. I'm not sure exactly why you're happy, Pokerface, but I'm very happy you're happy. Eva and I are happy too. And despite all this hoorah, we continue to be happy. You know, we're trepidatious, but happy. Exciting? Absolutely, Pokerface. They are exciting times. And as individuals, we need to see what we can do to improve our personal situations, the local situation, and like that, as whatever we can, you know. But if your personal situation, if you can't take care of yourself, you're a drag on somebody else. So focus there first. And then, expand from that. I would tend to agree with that, Alex. Not just who need it, but who deserve it, Honey Bunny. Giving help to somebody who doesn't understand the situation sometimes doesn't help the situation. Stupidity should be painful. And, well, sometimes I think you can, Honey Bunny. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you're in a gray area. Other times it's pretty freaking clear.
Wow.
You know?
That's bizarre.
Might help the border issue, but it ain't going to help our economic issue, Alex. Yep. Yes, Constantine, although good fishing can be helpful at times. Absolutely. Constantine says a man needs three things: good sleep, good food, and good love. All else is filler. Yeah. One I saw that recently was some liberal politician that had been pushing defund the police and everything like that. Then they got rather severely mugged in an attempted carjacking, and then they changed their mind. And people were saying, It's sad when somebody gets hurt, and I'm like, I have no sympathy. I'm glad that she's not dead. I'm glad she changed her mind, but she might have helped kill other people. Those same violent barbarians, were assisted by her to do bad things. So, karma's a bitch. Yeah, and we're not helping Alex by providing a lot of money to those cartels. They're making money hand over fist right now on the whole human trafficking thing. Ridiculous.
All that should have been stopped
Yeah.
long ago.
I agree, Forrest. You can find happiness and satisfaction in tough times, and you can find misery in good times. It's part of your mindset and your focus. Are you focused on improving the situation or whining? You know? I agree, honey bunny. Although I think that a lot of times you can help by simply asking them a question. Um, you know, well, this is it. Oh, really? Can you explain this to me? How does that work? And get them to doubt their assumptions. I think it was Lavoisier that said from time to time is good for a person to examine their assumptions. I agree, honey bunny. You have to pick your timing. Oh, absolutely. And those are the ones that you can be kind of assured realize that what they're saying doesn't make any sense. You know? Yep, Alex. Agreed. I saw one today. I forget who it was. He was, it was the whole transgender thingy or whatever. And he has, and she's like saying, well, I'm done talking now. I'm done talking. I was like, yep. And everyone, and even though that person may be just, a little bit closer to the truth, everyone who's watching that, there are people who are kind of on the fence that are, that have to go, wait a minute, this guy's making sense and that person's running away. Yes, Constantine, thank you very much. I agree completely. Most people want everyone to have a happy and prosperous and productive life. They just disagree on the best way to achieve that. If we focus on the first, we can tend to come to agreement on the last with just a little bit of honest effort. Thank you very much for showing up and giving us your perspectives. I appreciate it. And if that perspective changes in Georgia and stuff, I'd really appreciate it if you could just drop in and let us know what has happened in terms of how people are viewing the United States and the world situation.
And if you have any gold mining questions,
and if you have gold mining questions, let us know, or stories.
I'd love to hear about gold mining regulations and things in this part of the world.
Yeah. Are there any good towns to live in near Alder Gulch? Alder Gulch, that's Montana, isn't it?
Alder Gulch is like pretty close to here.
I think it's near Twin Bridges. Alder Gulch, Montana. Or Jefferson or something, maybe? Virginia City, Bannock. Yeah, it's got to be in that. A lot of those towns have got a fair amount of recent immigrants in them. I hear that Not Cardwell. What's the other one? Whitehall. Whitehall, I've heard, has a corrupt police department. Don't know about Twin Bridges or anything like that. The person you would want to talk to is Jimmy Robertson when he is around. He lives in that area. So if you ever see Jimmy
Really
Robertson
pretty
here,
country
yeah, it's really pretty.
and good fishing.
Yeah. So if you ever see Jimmy Robertson here, ask him. Um,
Or we can ask him next time we talk to him. And
don't know, Alex. Say, I've just heard that was the case. A lot of times you can have a situation where as long as you don't cross the wrong people, it's not a problem. Lots of gold prospect. I would think so with the Golden Sunshine just right north of there. I would think so. Do you know what that road is up on the hill to the southwest of Whitehall? Kind of like above Cardwell. And I mean, up on top of the tobacco roots. We just saw it on the way back from our last trip. And it's like, there's a road way the heck up there, right on top of those mountains. It pretty much had to go to a mine somewhere.
yeah, it goes right over the ridge to the other side. You can see.
Ranching roads? Uh,
Goes right
this
up over
was
the ridge of the mountain.
solid forest for miles. I mean, we're talking over the top of the tobacco roots, not going up a canyon and then going over a saddle, but I mean, actually going up a ridge sort of thing. They might have. Basically from Whitehall. Let's see. Let me get a. If I can get a map. It'd be nice if they just give you.
Probably use Google Dirt to look at that later.
Well, I try to do it right now. There we go. There's Whitehall. Come on. Oh, for God frickin' sakes. It's got a million things on it except for the map. Wow. How can I see more of the map, you stupid piece of cake? Thank you. It would be about in there, I'm thinking. Road aerial. I can't tell if that's a ridge or a drainage. That looks about it. South-southwest of Cardwell, south-southeast of the Golden Sunlight in the tobacco roots. That area there. Whitehall is the home of Lucky Lil's? Huh. Or was that Alder Gulch? I'm going to have to take a restroom break here. Do you guys want to keep talking or do you want me to call it a night? We're still yakking here. We got 7 left is all. Yeah, that's kind of my guess. I think it's up above on the ridge to the west of where the drainage to Virginia City goes. A lot of arsenopyrite deposits, though, correct, Alex? I'll be right back, folks. Can't wait any longer. No mining for us, Honey Bunny. It's too cold. And
Plus, a lot of our locations are closed for the winter.
Yeah. I've been helping Lauren. He just had shoulder surgery 2 weeks ago, so I've been helping him fix his shop. Pretty soon we're going to be fixing up his machinery. And somewhere that has gyms and casinos. I don't know. Casinos are one thing. And by the way, casinos here basically mean a bar and a few slot machines. When you see casino, restaurant, bar, slot machines. That's generally what you're looking at, not what you would think of as a real casino. Okay, in terms of gyms, boy, I don't know if Whitehall even has gyms. You know?
I haven't seen
Yeah, I don't know.
in any of the smaller towns.
Yeah, you might have to go all the way to like a Bozeman area or something.
Yeah, I mean, we have
Three Forks, maybe.
We have gyms in Helena, but I haven't seen any in like Twin Bridges or
Yeah,
Whitehall or.
yeah. Gyms, you probably have to go to like Butte. Maybe Dillon might have some. Forrest says, put the foxy chick with a shiny head on while you go. Did you get the results back from your visit to that one mine? We have some results from stuff that have been assayed previously, about 20 samples. Nothing super duper. There's some decent stuff. It's pretty soft ground, so ground control be an issue there. Lots of low grade stuff. And Dave is sick right now. Every gas station in Montana seems to have a casino. I tend to agree with you, Alex.
Well, that's because Town Pump
Mm-hmm.
is a local in-state gas company that also owns Lucky Lil's, the brand,
Yeah.
and they own a motel type thing.
Yeah.
It is an in-state. It's a local business.
If you need to have a gym, you might have to go to Butte or Helena, Bozeman, something like that. Don't know. I know we do have one here in Helena.
We've got several.
Yeah, we do have several. Okay. You can probably just look on the internet and get a better idea. So you got a lot of crime there in Butte also, huh, Alex? Interesting. I don't think we have much crime here in Helena. What's your opinion, Eva?
Well, according to the stats, we do actually have quite a lot of violent crime, higher than the average on some things.
Huh.
But no murders, just a lot of assaults.
A lot of assaults, huh?
Yeah.
And
a lot of the theft may well be drug related.
Yeah, I think the drug crimes are up. I don't know of any large casinos.
No, I have
Here.
not seen any actual casinos.
Maybe on the Flathead Indian Reservation by Missoula.
I have not seen any actual casinos around here.
I don't know.
I don't even know if they have them on the.
Alex says Butte is probably the worst or second worst town for crime in Montana that's not on a reservation. Billings is probably the worst.
Well, I do know Missoula had a very odd vibe when I was there, and Bozeman definitely has a very odd vibe.
Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, if you're looking for big casinos, big,
I haven't seen
that's
any
not
casinos in the state.
Yeah, that's a
I
different
like those.
situation. Yeah, I don't think I've seen a big casino here at all. Do you know of any big casinos, Alex? I mean, I think you'd have to probably go like on a big reservation, like the Flathead Reservation or something like that, but I don't know. Alex says that Missoula is weird. It's like Portland before Portland went totally crazy. Just mostly crazy.
Yeah, I noticed that when I went there for my surgery, dude. I mean, it was like, what the heck is going on with this town?
Okay, Alex is saying that big reservations are probably the only places with big casinos in Montana. Now, Honey Bunny says, I utterly fail to see the allure of casinos, whereas Poker Face says, it's income for me.
Yeah. I mean, if there were a big casino around, I would want to go.
Does Caliche stop gold like bedrock does? Yep. That's why they can call it false bedrock. Yep. Alex says, Bozeman used to be super nice. Now it's a shit show. I agree. I had an uncle that lived there many years ago. We were in there in probably around 1970.
Well, that's what happens when you let people in from certain undesirable places.
The left coast. Yes. But absolutely, caliche can be a good false bedrock, just like a clay layer can. Alex says Bozeman exploded in size, and that's when it died. In about 2005, it started going downhill fast, and in 2018, it fell off a damn cliff.
Oh, yeah, cities do that.
Yeah, I would agree. I'd say it's mostly immigrants from the left coast would be my guess, Alex. I just can't seem to understand. There's a reason where they were moving from sucked.
Well,
And
hey,
mm-hmm.
only 50% of it is their fault. The other 50% of it is people who live here that sell houses to people from there. Okay?
Alex says the CCP virus killed Bozeman. People moving in from California to work from home.
Yep. And people selling to them.
Yeah, and he even says, and people selling to them. If nobody would sell them any homes, nobody would build them any homes, but there's always somebody who wants to make a buck. Yep. Really? Alex says half the people in Bozeman are from Mexico. All workers for the housing market because it's growing so fast. Interesting.
I haven't had. I will note that when we went there recently on our little expedition, and we went shopping at that Walmart that was older than I am. Well, not really older than I am, but good Lord, it was the oldest Walmart I've ever seen. The demographic was very, very much more like Tucson, Arizona than like Helena.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we saw Mexicans, we saw some black people. I mean, you might see a black person once a year here. Well, twice a year. One that lives here, and the other one my family from North Carolina.
And we saw Asians.
You know, but yeah, I say there's not a whole lot of Hispanics here either.
Yeah,
you hardly ever see anybody.
Exactly. We see Asians here now and then.
Alex says there's a lot of black people in Billings. Interesting.
Well, here we are very much a whole lot more almost nobody that ain't white.
Yeah.
Down in Bozeman, I saw Asians, I saw Mexicans, I saw several different islanders and other types of people. I mean, a lot. It was a lot more like Arizona than it was like.
Yeah, yeah, Forrest. You can also have gold in the caliche. Take a look at the situation that old Jeff Williams is digging in his underground placer mine there. I would call that caliche. You know, and when I was at El Boludo, they had tunnels 40, 50 feet wide at 100 plus feet in the ground on the real bedrock in caliche. I mean, they had, backs 40 feet wide easily. You know, it was just solid material there. Well, I guess we'll call it a night, people. It's been a fun chat and everything. We found some interesting people to talk to. And say, well, I think we can look forward to an interesting year ahead. Let's hope that it works out well. We shall see. But everyone seems to be, kind of on the same page, which is nervous and doing what they can. You betcha, honey bunny. All righty. Well, thanks a lot for showing up, everybody. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Yeah, I mean, those